but I couldn't do it anymore. She does a lot more. Well, she's doing Southside, South St. She just was at Harvard. But anyway, when she was hearing that
Y'all were ready? This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:00 p.m. I'm very pleased you've taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the state government code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you're welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it's legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will ask everyone to register their attendance, please. All right, we have everyone here. The first item on our agenda is for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand.
If we could please bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you at the start of this new academic year asking for your continued hedge of protection over our students, our facilities, our employees, and our community. We pray that you bless our board members with good health and peace as they labor for Judson ISD. And we thank you for the safe return of our students and staff and for the blessings and wonders you will reveal to us throughout the year. In the end, we'll be careful to give you all the honor, all the glory, and all the praise. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. We could please remain standing for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. So we have a special recognition we're going to do, so if you'll be seated, we'll take care of that shortly. So it's fairly obvious that we have a new member joining us on the dais. We are welcoming back Mr. Arnoldo Salinas, who was... Mr. Salinas was an educator, administrator, and former trustee. With Mrs. Rodriguez's resignation, Mr. Salinas thought he had something left to give back to Judson ISD, and we're so grateful that he's here. Would you like to come and say something, Mr. Salinas?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to have an opportunity to come back and help you all with anything. And thank you, Dr. Fields. I'd like to recognize my son just surprised me. He came. Thank you, thank you. My son, Arnie. Oh, a product of Judson. I'd like to also thank my daughter, Dr. Melinda Salinas, product of Judson. Jason, and a friend of the family, Kai. I also would like to recognize my friend, companion, Jen Donovan. Her daughter, Jamie. A lot of you probably know her. She's at Regent 20 running the place over there. And Brent Stanky, I'm sorry. And my little buddy over here, he's my favorite. Ethan Oliver Stanky, right? Yeah. New second grader. Excellent. He's having a great time in school already, he said. So thank you very, very much. Oh, sorry. One of my ex-students is here from Kitty Hawk. A young lady came from New York, right? New York. Came into Kitty Hawk and met the disciplinarian. Just for a short time, and when she left my office, she said, "You have opened my world. I will not disappoint you. I'm going to be the best." Dr. Garfield went to Judson High School, honor student, got her bachelor's degree, got her master's degree, got her doctorate degree. I'm very proud of this young lady. She is currently employed at Texas A&M in San Antonio. Is that correct? Yes. And I believe she's over there in charge of the special ed. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here for me. Thank you.
Okay, y'all ready? Right here, 1, 2, 3. Proud. 1, 2, 3. Something with your family?
We're not family, they're family. They're family.
President, y'all going up.
I saw pictures of you waiting right there. She was the superintendent.
There you go, there you go, come on. Come on. What's up, man?
Thank you.
So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break so that we can let Mr. Salinas say hello to everybody who's here and so that you can have a chance to greet him. And we also have some cupcakes over here to celebrate. So it is 6:07, and we're going to take a 5 to 7 minute break.
Okay.
Thanks. Ms. Salinas, welcome back, brother.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay, we are back. Thank you so much for welcoming Mr. Salinas. We welcome him back as well. We're very happy that he's joined us. Moving on, I've been told that we have no public comment tonight. Terrific. Then we'll move on to the superintendent's report. Item 4A, construction report. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. First up is our construction report. I've asked Mr. Brooks to speak briefly about a few items and then open it up to any questions you guys may have. So, Mr. Brooks?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Board. As you know, we have quite a few projects going. The one I would like to highlight is Candlewood. It's been a lot of extensive work out there, and we have pretty much come to the end of Phase 1, just a few punch list items that we're still working on. But they're in the building, they're in the library, office areas, and so we have started the Phase 2 of that particular project, slated to be completed summer of next year. So that's one. I would also like to bring to your attention that tonight we will be bringing 2 RFQs at the request of the board, architecture and engineering RFQs that we'll be bringing tonight as an item as well. Then ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there questions?
Yes, ma'am, I have a question for
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Brooks. Under the construction report, I got a call from a citizen in the city of Converse that I think we relayed this, but I just want to confirm that it's still correct, that we're not doing any work on the parking lot that we had funded from one of our bonds until 15-16 has been completed. Is that an accurate statement? Is it Rocket Lane?
For Judson Middle School?
Yeah,
Judson
for
Middle
Judson Middle School.
Correct. With that what's happening now is not us, obviously.
Yes, I
But
realize that.
That's correct.
But,
We're not.
but just knowing that there was a reference from a previous bond, when will that parking lot be completed? And I just let them know, until the Schaefer Road is completed, we're sort of like in a bad position, right? I mean, I just want to make sure that's an
You're absolutely
accurate
correct.
statement.
You're absolutely correct.
Okay, so
I'm
we-
sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Basically, we spoke with the gentleman in charge of the street project the other day. He stated that 2 months, they'll be done. They stated that almost 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But, so we're looking for the 2 months, but it's difficult for us to bring in a large contingent of different things that we have to do on that campus, knowing that the street out front is messed up. So we're giving them the 2 months. It looks like they're actively working on it. I've been over there the last couple of days, and you can see the Bobcats moving, and that's more activity than we've seen over the past year or so. So we're hopeful.
I appreciate the confirmation.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes,
Anyone
ma'am.
else?
Ms. Ryan.
Yes, Ms. Ryan.
All right, sorry, bond oversight got moved to next week, so now I got to ask my questions. We'll get back on our regular schedule, or we can ask a lot of these in that meeting in the future. Is Copperfield completely done now? Copperfield transformer, I didn't see it on the completed list, it just said summer '24.
No, we have not completed it yet. The transformer portion of it is complete. They're just doing the rest of the driveway, the parking lot area.
Okay, they
They're
are
just
still
fixing
working
all of that.
on that. We have a bunch of projects that have been in design going back to March with MTR. Are we expecting some of those to come out of design and be able to bid sometime soon? They've been in design for 5 months.
Which ones are you speaking of?
One of them is the Judson Middle School parking overlay is still in design. Fran's parking overlay, Converse Elementary. Although I think Converse, I see that we're waiting on some engineer reports this month so that they can start moving forward with that one. How's Fran's doing? I wouldn't think it would take too long to design a parking lot at Fran's.
I'm going to ask if Ruben could come up and speak to
Okay.
that.
Yeah, Mr. Moore.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening. With regard to France, yes, we are currently in the process of continuing the design on that. I know we have a lot of things going on. We also on that campus has the roof So we have some contractors on there as well. So trying to stagger some of these and not overwhelm the campus, especially over the course of the first couple of days.
Okay. Because they still have some more work to do in the design process. They need to be on campus for that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Versus all the behind-the-scenes stuff we do where they're doing stuff back in the office, we're bidding it out. That shouldn't disrupt the campus at all until we get ready to do their work.
I believe they are working on that portion, correct?
Correct.
On the roof or the
No, the
parking lot?
design portion that they can do in the office.
That they can
It's
do in the
just-
office?
yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
awesome. Wagner wraparound, how are we doing? Are we almost there?
Yes, ma'am.
We're almost ready to open the door?
I'm crossing my fingers because tomorrow, I believe, we have the fire inspection.
Okay.
So more to come.
Okay, so that should hopefully in the next month or so,
Yes.
we should see some ribbon cutting.
Yes.
Doors opening. Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am.
How are our two stadiums doing in terms of, are we on the ground yet? Are there cleats on the ground at the two new stadiums? Are there
So
people
to-
running, running on that turf yet?
So tonight, one of the board's agenda items, as you saw, is the substantial completion. We have declared substantial completion on the Wagner.
Correct.
I'm trying to get all my projects in line in my mind. So at this point, yes, we have declared substantial completion. So what you have in front of you is a formality on my behalf. But at this point, we're kind of coordinating with the campus and the athletics department as to when we can actually start using the whole thing. With regard to veterans is another one that I'm crossing my fingers. Tomorrow, we're also supposed to have a fire inspection over there.
Okay. All right, because we've got a lot of things coming up on these
We do.
campuses, Meet the Patriots and starting football games and all that kind of stuff. So it's like seeing the shiny thing over there. It'd be nice if we could use the shiny thing, when all those things start to kick off, especially with school events. We never have enough seating for, Meet the Patriots or any of those types of things for all of our families. So having more stadium seating would be nice to have a venue available at both of those schools for that type of thing. Hold on, I'm flipping to see if there's any other ones that. HVAC Phase 1 for the gyms was bid out last month. Now that we have a contractor for that, do we have some, have they given us some ideas on product delivery? Like when are chillers going to come in on those Phase 1 now that somebody has that contract? I assume they've been able to order the equipment. Do we know how much of a backlog we have on the Phase 1?
So at this point, I can tell you that we had our kickoff meeting last week. I know that the contractor is currently working on trying to gather all of that information
Okay.
for us, so I do not have that
Okay.
tonight.
All right, awesome. Okay, I think that's all I had on construction. Thank you, guys.
Ms. Kennard, I do have a couple more questions that were related to the agenda item down the list, but I'll just ask them now. That way I can get them out of the way.
Okay.
So, questions for you guys. And you had mentioned earlier about the completion. We were going to be voting on the completion of one of the bond projects for Wagner High School. That's correct. But what I wanted to ask is that there's always an effort, and I just need the affirmation, that we're looking for equity across the district. So when the project is complete, it should be comparative or even, in better mode, if it's newer than our other facilities, right? That's
Correct.
'Cause we've had-
I'd like to clarify that, not necessarily. When we built the Rutledge Stadium, we built that for all of the high schools across the district.
Correct.
Not an individual campus. So to see that same comparison at a Veterans or Wagner is not appropriate.
And that makes sense. The facility, Rutledge is a district facility.
Boom.
But I'm talking about the facilities that are specific to the campuses, like what, and I would expect that all to be equal in some way, shape, or form, right? And so we're all aiming towards that.
Definitely.
Again, because we've had complaints in the past with the track not being appropriate, being a risk for safety and all of that stuff. And I'm hoping this is going to resolve all of that. And obviously, if it does not, we need to look at something much more substantial. And so that was one comment. I just needed that.
Can we clarify that as well? I
Sure.
really want you guys to be,
Go-
I want you to be honest with the board.
Absolutely, Dr.
The reason that was an issue is because In San Antonio, one of the biggest areas that you see shifting soils is in that area.
Driving down Foster.
We, exactly. So we dug down 5 feet last time. How much did we dig down this time?
12.
12 feet. And then we treated layers
Yes.
in terms of soil treatment in an effort for stabilization. But I want to, there's no guarantee. I don't want, 10 years from now, if it starts to shift, or 5 years from now, if it starts to shift, I want to be clear that it wasn't due to a lack of preparation of soil and treatment and trying to do it the right way. And I think it's that way for everybody who lives over there, so they understand.
Well, and that's why I'd like it on record, because
Yes, sir.
obviously there are variables that we cannot control, but certainly we still need to offer the appropriate resources. So it's going to be our problem to figure out what more needs to be done in the future. That's why I said
Correct.
we're all confident that this revision will help.
Yes,
We-
sir.
We put money towards it multiple times.
Yes, sir.
That's why I wanted to ask. And then the last one for the construction report is that needs assessment. I think we've talked in the past about prioritizing what needs to happen. I don't know if you've provided that to the board. You may have, because you send me a lot of good emails, but sometimes I don't catch all of them. So
Yes, sir.
was that sent
I
already?
don't know if it was provided to the board, but definitely we've looked at it, and also in an effort for remediation. One of the questions Ms. Stanford had was, how do we get to where we can anticipate some of these things? And that report is one that we're going to put into place to start saying if we can get some things changed before issues happen in the future.
Well, and my logic would be that there's a life cycle for
Yes, sir.
HVAC. There's a life cycle for roofing. There's a life cycle for everything. And once we know what the needs are, kind of mirror that with what the
A
expected life
plan
cycle.
for replacement.
Yeah,
Yes,
because we can get that on a bond and not have to use maintenance and operation dollars for it, which sometimes you'll find in our agenda, we have to, because we need to keep running. So I'd like to see that kind of formulated or provided. I'd like to review what that looks like just for
It's
months.
prepared, they can get it out to the board, but I would
Appreciate
tell you
that.
that even in the 22 bond, it was used to a certain extent for our anticipation of the recommendation for the HVACs that we're replacing now.
Sure,
So,
and I
yes.
appreciate that. Thank you, that's all I have.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Athletics report, Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. Next up is Coach, I always want to say Coach Corrales, but Treva Corrales to speak about, well, once a coach, always a coach.
Yeah.
To speak about our athletics department. Treva.
Mr. Davis, there you go.
Okay, good evening, Board President Knoyer, board members, Superintendent Dr. Fields, and Cabinet. I am Treva Corrales. This is my team back here, Carl Pointer and Tiffany Lopez, and I'm sure you see everywhere at all of our events. Thank you, especially to Dr. Fields, for allowing me the opportunity to be here tonight to share our 2023-2024 measures of success. This is an annual report that we do for coaches, that our coaches put on for our student athletes. And they've put in a lot of work and effort to meet these expectations that we're going to go over this evening. We believe that what gets measured gets improved. And a lot of times people tend to think that just because you're an athlete or you're in athletics that you do better than the general population. And sometimes that's not true. So we look at the data and we try to see areas where we can improve the entire student athlete, not just in athletics. But before we get to the data, real quick, we do have a competition to see who improves the most. And our middle school winner this year, or this past year, was Kirby Middle School. And for our high schools, our back-to-back winner was Wagner High School, who has improved the most. That's it? All right. So the four things that we measure are attendance, discipline, advanced courses, and our failure rate. But before we get to that, there is a scoreboard, and there's beautiful ones out there. Thank you, Dr. Fields and the board. And now, on some of these district records, these are just for team sports. And some of them had great success, and some of them have room for improvement. But we are excited to come up on a realignment year, face some new competition, and hopefully create a level of success for everybody. Going into participation numbers, we have a district goal of having 3,000 athletes per year. We did fall short of that goal, and I think the decline in attendance may have been contributing to that, but really no excuse. There's a lot of kids that need to be involved that we still need to reach, and we're trying to do that with a grassroots effort. So hopefully that number, we can meet that goal next year. Moving on to attendance, this is a going to kind of be my big baby here that I'm going to talk about later. But we had 92% of student athlete attendance versus non-athletes of 88%. While it's still good, and you can see every column is in the 90s, we have a goal that we're going to try to reach, like I said, that I'll talk about later. Discipline. We had two focuses last year with all of our coaches. That was discipline and the failure rate. And I would like you to see, we have 20% of our student athletes, and the non-athletes are also 20%. But the gains were at our middle schools. That's where we were really, really focusing on. And there was two schools. There was Kirby Middle School that went this is if they've had one office referral, that campus is going to get dinged. Okay, so Kirby Middle School went from 43% to 35%, and Metzger Middle School went from 35% to 30%. And then for our high schools, Wagner went from 14 to 11, and it's pretty phenomenal. We would love that number at 0, but we're getting there. So next year we have a goal of 18% for all campuses, and we're pretty close to reaching that at some of the schools. Advanced course enrollment. So this is if a student athlete takes at least one advanced course at any time throughout the year. So 29% of our athletes take an advanced course versus 16% of non-athletes. We had a highlight here of Kirby Middle School, who went from 7 to 14%, and Judson Middle School went from 18 to 27%, which is a great increase. We want to challenge our kids, not just in competition, but also in the classroom, because we try to tell them we get paid for brains in the real world, not for bouncing a ball. So this is very important for us. Our failure rate, while these numbers may seem high, this means that they failed one course throughout the year. So we're not talking about a semester. They're just, at any time if they failed a course, then they're going to get marked. So 51% for our athletes and 64% for non-athletes. I just want to kind of go through these real quick because there were tremendous gains. Wagner High School failure rate went from 54 to 44%. Veterans Memorial went from 43 to 37. Kirby went from 66 to 51. Kitty Hawk 69 to 58. Metzger went from 63 to 46. And if you continue looking, the non-athletes at Metzger were at a 72%. Then Judson Middle School, tremendous effort there. They went from 61 to 48%. So we're very proud of what they accomplished in the classroom. Obviously, still work to be done. Department highlights, we focus on these four things: retention, student engagement, community engagement, and academic awards. So our next steps, we host growing leaders for coaches new to the district. And we take them through basically leadership courses that we feel could be beneficial for them. The second thing is our AIM attendance improvement movement program that we're going to initiate this year. Community engagement, we have Operation Dog Tags, which will be at Veterans High School this year. We're super excited about that. We also started a community member spotlight, and I believe even Ms. Knoyer won that award last year. And then we have I Play Sports in the district for a grassroots level effort, as well as WNBA and the NBA leagues and things like that to help our younger kids. What you're going to see in your books before I talk about our AIM program is there is a season recap at the end, and there's pictures and highlights and data for all of our kids. And I would like you to make sure, if you have some time later, to really look at that. because our student athletes got over $19 million in scholarships last year. That's a lot of money that these kids are bringing into the district, or for themselves, not into the district, I wish. But for themselves, and they did it because they did it also in the classroom. And so we're very proud of them for doing that. If you look at your pink sheets that you have in your book, we are rolling out an attendance improvement movement. We're calling it AIM. And what this is we understand for every percentage point the district can move the needle, that's pretty much equivalent to $1 million, right? So as athletics, we're going to do our part. We're sitting at 92% attendance. We want to get to 95%. We know that 95%, looking at the data and all the research I did this summer, 95% equals 8 absences or less. That's where we want to get our student athletes. So every 9 weeks, anybody that has 2 absences or less is going to get a gift card from like Whataburger or a Chick-fil-A, something like that. At the end of the year, anybody that has 8 absences or less, we're going to take them to a celebration, and we're going to give them a T-shirt, a certificate, and the most exciting thing is where they're going to get an attendance improvement movement patch. So we're trying to build the all-around athlete. So this is what an all-around athlete is going to look like. They're going to have a Letterman jacket with one of those 3 high school patches. They're going to have the Beyond the Game patch for the community service. They're going to have the Academic All-State patch, and they're going to have the Attendance Improvement Movement patch. And that's what we're trying to do. That's the kind of citizen we'd like to put out to, that represents Judson ISD in the real world. So lastly, I want to finish by saying thank you. Thank you to the amazing coaches, to the student athletes who have worked so hard to make us proud. Thank you to the school board. Thank you to Dr. Fields and your cabinet. Especially late Dr. Gosh, because we used to have Frontline and the data was terrible, and she got us skyward, and it's been consistent and beautiful. So thank you for that. And as you know, history was made this past season by having softball and baseball in our middle school, only the 2nd school district in the area, in the city, to have that done. And we had 3 members sitting here with us, Dr. Tagenall, Mr. Brooks, and Dr. Fields, who threw out the first pitch. Nobody got hurt. We were grateful for that, but we were able to capture that moment, and we had the kids sign the ball, a ball for them that they threw out. We took a picture of it, and we have a presentation as a token of our appreciation for you. So that's all I have. Thank you. Any questions or anything? Yep.
I don't.
Yes, sir.
One second.
I don't have a question, I just have a statement. And I know that the board members are going to have some feedback as well. One of the reasons why I wanted you to come up and give a presentation on this is because when you came in and spoke about it, the level of scrutiny, the level of detail that you've gone through in terms of measuring how successful you're working with the students is tremendous. And if we could have that same level of detail in every department, every extracurricular activity, I think that we can see ridiculous gains across the district. I just want to say publicly thanks. Thanks for all the hard work. Thanks for the attention to detail. And most of all, thank all 3 of you for what you do for the students. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Ms. Stanford, you had a question?
Yes, I'm so impressed with your data and how you take the time to research. It's just presents an amazing picture. And I'm just wondering if we can do something with the it's not really a question to you, but with the attendance badge for the student body at large. If there's some way we can carry that program on to reward attendance outside of athletics as well.
We definitely have to implement things across the district to increase our attendance. I think that we're getting better. One of the reasons why it's so impressive with the athletes is because rarely do you get an opportunity to put another patch on your jacket. And the more patches that you have on your Letterman jacket shows Exactly. And so that's going to mean a lot to a bunch of students, to the point where if they might not feel too well, they're still coming. If they're not up to it or they're tired, they're still coming because they want to make sure that they get that. The same way that they dedicate themselves for the varsity patch is the same way that they're going to dedicate themselves for this one. So, excellent idea.
Anyone else? Mr. Salinas?
If somebody can just tell me, what was the actual attendance for last year for the whole district?
Oh, it's on there.
Go ahead.
We were at about 92% for the
It's on
district.
there.
Okay, that is very good. Maybe the goal, one of the goals that we can talk about is everybody get involved. Let's do our goal, let's set it 93 and see what happens. I would like that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Phil.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Ryan?
Yes, everybody kind of knows I love data, so, there's not going to be any questions because it's all in here. And so watching this, and I've seen these reports from you in the past too, and measuring things to this level is really how we're going to start getting after everything in this district. But, not just because I'm a sports mom, but any chance I get to give a shout out to those coaches who are here 362 days a year. And it's 6 in the morning, it's all summer. And they're just the example of, it's about our kids finding a home in Judson. It's why parents choose public education versus some other options that they have. And it's how we keep our kids safe, emotionally healthy, is because they've found a home. And whether that's athletics for a lot of our kids, it's barbecue team, it's Coach Z at Woodlake, starting up a cornhole team, and band and choir and theater. And all these teachers do this with minimal stipends. It doesn't cover the number of hours you put into a soccer or football season, or so many of them that do it with no stipends for a cornhole team or all these other things. A garden club at elementary and everything else, that there's just not enough thanks to those personnel who are stepping above and beyond to identify those needs for our kids and creating a place for them to be successful in their own way. And so not just supporting the athletics department and then all the other things that find our kids home, this is not money we throw away. Like, this is the most well-invested, some of the most well-invested money that we have in this district, and the returns that we're getting on it. My own children have reaped the benefits, your children have reaped the benefits of just having amazing coaches in their life and teams and teammates that they'll have for life. So just thanks to everybody for what you do to make our kids feel at home.
Mr. Macias?
Yeah, thank you. And Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir.
This is what, your third year giving this?
Yes.
I think I said that in year one. We need to replicate this across the district. It is really good information. I'm real proud to see this, and obviously the track record, and just can't say thank you enough for you and your team putting this together. And I'll echo what Ms. Ryan said about our appreciation for the coaches and all their hard work. But there's really good information that also brings about a concern I have. And that concern is our dip of engagement in middle school. And as you've looked at the participation data, it dipped across every campus in the middle school area, more so than in high school. And so naturally, that's a trend that I think we've spoke about in different capacities, grade level attainment, just enrollment in general. And so it really just hit me when I read the data that that is a glaring area that we need to address. And so obviously in the future, there'll be some additional agenda items regarding that. But do you have an idea? Obviously, enrollment has been an issue everywhere. And do you know where we may stand compared to other districts in San Antonio
As far as enrollment?
with participation? Yeah.
Middle school participation?
Yes.
I do not. That is a great question. I have not done a comparison to other districts, but I do know that bringing on sports like softball and baseball will help the athlete that may not run the fastest or jump the highest. And then we also intentionally put it at the last month of the school year to keep them coming to school, because they tend to wean off towards the end of the school year because there's no sports going on. So we're hoping to see an increase in those numbers. This was just our first year rolling that out, but I think it's gonna take off, and that'll help our numbers.
Well, obviously, we'll look for some innovative ideas to address an area that I think is a problem. And then a real quick note, I know that there's opportunity now because part of our athletics program went to the art area this past summer, like cheerleading, right? Went to art?
No, it stayed with us, sir.
It stayed in
Yes,
athletics?
sir, yeah.
Okay, well, very good.
We
That's
changed that.
fantastic. Don't know where I was,
Fantastic.
but that is good to know. So then strike that question, because that was going to be a follow-up on what that's looking like. But if that's been changed, fantastic. Again, just keep up the good work. Very impressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item, 4C, results to 226-day voluntary calendar reduction. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Macias requested that we kind of do a survey, look into how many of the employees that were taken from 220 to 226, although the days of work didn't necessarily change, would rather have the reduction in 6 days as opposed to the 226 days. So I asked Dr. Toppin to look into it. Dr. Toppin, if you could give a brief overview of what you found.
Yes, sir. We have 362 employees in Judson ISD that work the 226-day schedule. Out of the 362 employees that work that schedule, 244 replied to the survey that was sent out about the reduction of days from 226 to 220. And out of those 244 employees that did reply, 232 responded with a no. They're not interested in reducing their days from 226 to 220. And 12 responded with yes. But after we went through and talked to those 12 people individually, 2 of those 12 changed their mind and went with the other group. So it's 234 that responded with a no and 10 that responded with a yes in reducing their days from 226 to 220.
Yes.
Dr. Fields, Dr. George Toppin, thank you. I don't recall asking to see the data. I just said, take care of it, whoever wants to, but thank you for including information for board review. It's optional. Next year, we may have to evaluate days as part of our budgetary consideration. I'm not saying we're going to, but that has to be something to consider. So I'd rather us make an effort to voluntarily ask for folks to step down. So thank you for putting this additional data. I certainly didn't need to see what the outcome was, but as long as we offered, and there were some individuals that took that opportunity, and they weren't forced to do 226 if they wanted to reduce less.
I want to be clear, Mr. Macias. Typically, we put together days in schedules that we work, and it's not optional on which one you get. What we were looking for, to your point, if the majority of people would have said, hey, I'd rather be on 220 than 226, then we would have came back to the board and maybe changed their calendar from 220 to 226. But if you're in a position that calls for 226, we wouldn't let the individual say, I'm only going to do 220. So we're going to have either a 220 calendar or a 226 calendar, but it's too difficult for us to operate if individuals are working different days.
So that was not indicated in the previous conversation that a hybrid wouldn't work, and that's what it sounds like. You're saying it has to be one or the other.
Correct.
And so when we spoke about it last meeting, it was clear that you would at least offer, but that was not a response that I was given at the time. Clearly, let's do what makes sense. If it makes sense to have a 220 calendar, and you can't have a hybrid, then you can't. But that was not indicated to me last month. But
And we're open for that in the budget cycle.
Well, and like I said, part of this is because we want to do something proactive from the budget. We have to look potentially at funding, and we may have to go to a 220 calendar.
Understood.
But that's going to be a conversation for many months down the road based on a lot of data that we get. But I'm glad to see that you guys did that. I do appreciate you making that effort to do
Yes,
so.
sir. Thank
So
you.
these folks are going to stay at 226 because you
Correct.
can't do that hybrid.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? No? All right, moving on to consent. I would ask you please to cross off letters L and N. Administration has asked to pull these until a later date. And then if you will, L and N.
Yes, Ms. Canoyer, I'd like to pull letter D, H, K,
No, L and M, N,
and O. Well, no, strike O, P, not
not O,
O.
and also U, correct?
Yes, and thank you. And you, that's the most important one, yes,
All
thank
right.
you.
Ms. Ryan, are you pulling something? I'm just going to go down the line. I was just going to go down the line. Who wants to pull what?
All right, I'm just going to read my 4 letters. I can't figure out what's been pulled or not, so I'll let you figure that out. I'm C, D, E, and X. I think Mr. Macias might have already pulled a couple of those. And you're doing
Ms. Stanford,
X-ray.
Where's X?
look on the back. Look on the back of your first page.
Oh, right above 6.
You must have pulled the wrong agenda.
I thought there is an X.
There is an
There is an X.
It's a staffing
Was there
report.
something else you wanted to pull, Ms. Stanford?
Yes, I had, let's see, H is already pulled,
Yes.
so J
Yeah.
and O.
I'm sorry.
J and O.
J and O.
Ms. Faulkner?
V,
I'm just going to pull everything.
V.
Victor. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Salinas, was there something you wanted to pull?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The proclamation, yes.
Oh, what
Yes.
number?
And Ms. Eaton?
Okay.
What letter is his proclamation?
just say all of them.
We're on.
They're all being pulled, ma'am. So he's pulling S.
S.
Ms. Eaton, did you want to pull something?
No, thank you.
And Ms. Canoyer, I'm sorry, I need to pull R for the proclamation.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
All right, and we are pulling
Wow.
T for Ms. Stanford. All right, so we are going to vote then on letters A, F, G, I, M, Q, W, and did somebody pull X? I missed it, sorry. Okay, and W. May I have a motion for those, please?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Wait, did you assign P to me? Because I didn't pull P.
No, Mr. Macias.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a
And
second. If you'll please vote.
Oh, because
I
of
know,
the-
waiting for Arnold. Motion passes 6-0, one abstention.
Because I wasn't here.
And Mr. Salinas is abstaining because he wasn't here to vote on, he wasn't here as part of the minutes and all those things that are coming through on this. Thank you. All right, so let's go now and we will look at item B. Who pulled B?
I don't think
We didn't pull B,
anybody
never mind, sorry. Item C, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000. Ms. Ryan.
Hold on, we didn't.
We
I
didn't
know what
vote
Ms.
on
Eaton's
B.
going to say. B was not one of the
Right.
ones you
We didn't
listed.
pull it, but we didn't vote on it.
Nobody
Oh,
pulled.
my apologies. I had it circled and didn't read it to start with, so can I have a motion for B, please? And we'll take care of that and make sure we're all legal.
Madam President, I move that we go ahead and approve item B, consider and take possible action regarding approving the monthly financial statements as of June 30th, 2024.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, if you'll go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-0 and one abstention, and again, for the same reason. All right, now we'll do item C, consider take action regarding approving expenditures equal or greater than 50,000. Ms. Ryan.
Is that letter D?
C.
C, okay.
C is Charlie.
Did you pull that one, Mr. Macias? I
No.
don't remember. Who pulled it first?
You pulled C.
Okay,
We're
all
on
right,
C.
then it's me.
It is your turn, Ms. Ryan.
Okay. All right, few questions or comments on these three items. My concern on the first one is what, the fund source being fund balance. You know, at some point, we can't keep taking money out of our savings account because, you know, we already passed a budget that is set to take far more out of our savings account than I think anybody in the room is even comfortable with at this point. And so I'm concerned, I guess, my question is, did we not put, things break all the time, right? Dave Ramsey says if things break all the time, you got to put it in your budget, right? Because it's always going to break. Did we not budget anything for things that break? Because I'm assuming there's some historical data that says we have, whether that's $500,000 or $1 million worth of things that routinely break in the district, you know, from toilets to air conditioners to things. Did we not have anything in any line item to fix anything? Because we're only, you know, 6 weeks into a fiscal year, and we're already having to take things out of fund balance to fix stuff. And I guess I would have presumed there was some level of repair budget, I guess is my question before I have any other comments.
I'd allow Ms. Davis and Mr. Brooks to speak to that, and I'd be happy to say a few words as well.
Sure. Traditionally, no, ma'am, not for unexpected repairs. There's usually some money within their budget for scheduled maintenance, but not traditionally, and that's usually due to the wide variance of the unexpected costs for unexpected repairs. Last year, our practice was we were taking it out of the budget, and then we came to the board with a large amendment, if you recall. And at that time that we brought the amendment, we were told by the board, had we known about these, we may have voted differently on some items. So what we're trying to do differently now is, for the sake of transparency, is as soon as we have an unexpected repair, we're bringing that as a budget amendment immediately and not waiting until the end. I will tell you that last year, the maintenance department had a budget of 3.8 million, but their actual expense was 4.9 million at the end of the year. So what we're trying to do is we're trying now to bring the budget amendments to the board early on so that everybody can be aware of what those unexpected expenses are.
Okay, because I guess as a, you know, way you do financial planning type stuff, we're in a year where we have to find, you know, a good $10 million to cut over the course of this year. So the answer can't always be going to the savings account. When we have these unprojected expenses, just like if something breaks on your car, Dave Ramsey says go into every budget or whatever the little app is, and you have to start adjusting your budget categories and you find money. The answer is not to go into your emergency reserve every single time. So, you know, I'm not okay with this expenditure coming out of fund balance. We should be able to find $74,000 somewhere in our $273 million budget. As part of that, finding $10 million worth of money this year. You know, we've got to start that process. We're already our second month into the fiscal year. So I'm not okay with adding any more to our deficit and taking more money out of the savings account. We're just going to have to start covering some of these expenses, and we're going to have to figure out how to cover them. In terms of the College Board, thanks for sending us, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I don't know if you're here. If Mr. Holmes isn't here, thank you for the AP roll-up. Oh, there, hello, you're hiding in the back. So I was really happy to see the participation rates. It looks like, you know, we have seen our improvements going from 72% taking the exam last year up to 84%. So I think that is a great news story. So I appreciate all the efforts. It looks like it was potentially money great spent. I'm hoping us paying that extra part of the cost. I hope that's what caused the extra 12% of kids to take it. But I really hope we're working with our AP instructors to find out about the other 16%. Like, I still don't get the why sign up for an AP class. Go through, I mean, AP classes aren't easy. You gotta go sit with, very tough teachers at these high schools and suffer through a year of a class, and when it's time to take the exam at the end, these kids aren't taking the exam. And that's one by run, right? There's gonna be a story behind all 16% of these kids. So I hope as we move forward, really getting those AP teachers to talk to those kids and know what's going on, and get those numbers up, because I hate to see the kids putting in all of this effort. And I don't know if they're afraid of the exam, they're afraid they're gonna pass. I mean, because during the school day, they're at school. It's not like they gotta show up on a Saturday and couldn't get a ride. Like, it's in school. So what stops you from putting your name on the paper and just taking it type thing? So I'm very happy with these numbers and this expense. I'm good with it now. But I really hope we can creep those up for the kids' sake. If we're gonna spend the money on the test, let's make sure the maximum number of kids are at least trying, because I think a lot of them will do better than they think they would do. Especially with the passing rates going up also. So it's not just more kids taking it. Those kids that are taking it, more of them are passing the test and are getting those college credits at their universities and saving their parents some money, which we got a lot of us going to college. So please, take an AP class and pass the exam, because that's going to be lighter on our checkbook when we pay for your 4 years of college. And maybe it can be 3.5 or 3 years. I was a little confused on the third-party administrator for workers' comp, because didn't we just approve this in May? Because I've gotten a May agenda item where we approved RFP 23-20, and we picked someone, and it was $88,500. So I don't understand why we're doing workers' comp again. Is this another $85,000 on top of that with a different company?
I would say that that was, what we're voting on now is an extra insurance that would cap the benefit for workers' comp. So although we've done something before, our carrier, Brown & Brown, has come back and said, we suggest you guys take advantage of this insurance as well. Because I'll let Dr. Taganoff speak specifically to.
Yes, so the third-party administrator agreement is basically saying that our agent, Brown & Brown, went through and found us the best offer. This is our stop-loss insurance. It's additional coverage for excess workers' compensation. So basically what it does is it caps our payouts per claim at $250,000. So it is something that we have approved in prior years to kind of protect us from higher claims of workers' compensation.
Okay, because I think you mentioned either in some meeting of some sort, like our claims are going up significantly.
The number of claims for workers'
Yeah,
yes, the
are
number of
going up.
claims
Have we gotten the
yes.
safety department involved to try and do a really good root cause analysis? Because, you don't want to see increases in your workers' comp, right? Like, there's many reasons it could be, but some of them are within, district's control. If we're having a lot of tripping and falling accidents, or people falling off ladders, or is it car accidents? Are we trying to get after some of those root causes of some of those workers' comp claims in order to try and bring that back? Since we are self-funded, that first $250,000 is coming out of us, right?
I can say that we do have some reports that we are looking at to see which areas need more attention as far as information and training goes.
Okay.
So that we can educate and provide information on safe practices so that it reduces the number of accidents. And we would definitely make sure that we can provide an update.
Okay,
during
yeah,
the
and if
Friday
there's any,
nights.
policies or things the board needs to pass in relation to safety and things like that you need from us to make sure that people are being safe at work and not getting themselves injured if they don't have to, type things, that, please let us know if there's anything we can do to assist in making it a safer workplace for everyone, whether that's, fixing sidewalks and installing handrails, whatever that is. Let's get that fixed up, because if that's costing us a lot of money. So, okay, those are the questions I had on those.
I appreciate that, Ms. Ryan. I think you would find across the nation workers' comp claims are going up. And I would also say that we've gone a long way in terms of even our videos that we started at the beginning of the year have really focused on safety as a prevented preventive area. But for this, I think Brown & Brown brought this to us, and I'm sure we weren't the only company that they approached with it, that, hey, because those claims are going up, here's another insurance that you can purchase that won't allow you to go over $250,000, and that would really limit the amount that we could, be exposed to. So for $85,000, we could, one person going over 250, it's paid for itself. And it's self-funded, I believe, so it's not like it's coming out of the fund balance. It's self-funded in the program itself.
Ms. Stanford?
That's what I was just going to ask, if this is a budget amendment or already within our allotted, okay.
Yes,
That's all
ma'am.
I wanted to clarify.
Mr. Macias?
Yes, earlier we talked about the list and trying to project when things might happen. And the reality is we have a large district and we can't know when everything is going to happen.
Or to what extent?
Exactly. So I've done this budget cycle 100 times. Fund balance is just a natural way for us to ensure that we can operate and deal with the issues. But I do agree that the better we work to find those things, we don't have to use fund balance. We can use, future bond dollars for projects that we have. So just wanted to put that note. And the other thing to note on the College Board, I really appreciate, again, the lens on evaluating what the outcomes look like. I mean, everything has to be outcome-based. But there's been a big push to do a lot more in middle school to prepare our children to be AP focused or AP disciplined. So I just wanted to know, not getting too far off this agenda, but just note that that's something of interest that I think would naturally, if we prepare our kids younger in 6th, 7th, and 8th, they'll be ready to, this doesn't apply for middle schoolers, right? It's just high school. This.
AP exams are high school.
Yeah, it's only high school, just one, yeah. So getting ready to do some of that, we do pre-SAT, so things like that obviously we'll bring in, but I do appreciate the lens on this, and so I'll support this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000.
So motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Eaton. Let us go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. Moving on, item D, consider and take action regarding approving the attached amendments to the budget for 2025 fiscal year. Mr. Macias, you pulled this first.
Yes, always going to be transparent. When I printed this agenda the first time,
It was inverted?
it was,
Yes.
so I pulled the wrong item, but I pulled it, so we'll talk 2 seconds about it.
Understood.
Basically, I appreciate the amendments. I know that we're going to be looking at that. These seem to be operational management type of amendments that are needed to get the job done. And I thought I'd just put a plug in, again, just to reaffirm how happy we are that we have a CFO that can really focus on making sure we get these things early. So thank you again. Just another way to say appreciate that.
Thank you.
So I don't have any other questions.
Sorry, I'm moving. Okay, it's not letting me go. Ms. Stanford, you had questions? Sorry, it's not letting me go back to discussion.
Yeah, I decided to bring this up here, and that is back to the discussion about things that break.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like the board to consider, and this is a budget amendment that we're looking at right now. And by the way, thank you for keeping a running tally of our deficit position.
Yes, ma'am.
We had requested that, and I appreciate that. So right now, we are at 24,545 with the current budget amendments?
With the pennies, yes, ma'am.
And with those credited, okay. So I wanted to ask if the board would consider having us add, as a larger budget amendment at some point, a maintenance allowance for unanticipated repairs of some amount, so that we don't have necessarily a whole bunch of things just hitting us through the year, but I think it's good practice, and maybe our CFO could say something to that, but I think it's good to have a line item in a budget that says repair allowance.
I think Ms. Davis can speak to it. I would tell you the same money that we would put into this fund is the same money that we would take from when we bring these to you when they come up. So
Understood.
whether or not we take it and put it into a deposited account and take from it there, or we go into the fund balance, it's still coming from the same area.
But it's a
Now-
planning issue, though.
Well, but we're still going to have to come to the board. If it's an item
Sure.
over 50, it's still going to come to you. And then you're going to ask, how much is it? And then we're going to tell you, and it'll be from the money that we took from the fund balance. So we can leave it in the fund balance, or we can take it and put it somewhere else, but it's still money coming from the fund balance. Are we allowed to take money and,
Put it in a separate account.
well, what we could do, you could,
Earmarked, probably.
you could earmark money in the maintenance budget for unexpected expenses, but the money that we're going to put in that account, it's going to come from the fund balance. And then when something breaks, if it's over $50,000, we're going to come back and tell you that we're using the money that we took from the fund balance. So we'll just pull the money out of the fund balance when unexpected expenses come up. But unexpected means we didn't plan for the chiller to go down. And it's difficult, and we could say, well, we're going to put 50,000 in there because we think a compressor may go out. But if a chiller goes down, that's 300,000, and we still have to go back in the fund balance. Now, to Ms. Ryan's point, Ms. Ryan, we can look at our current budget and see if there's some place that we can cut. But we thought that we exercised that procedure before when we went through the budget process. So it's not like we're going back to cut fat. At this point, we're cutting muscle because we'd have to do away with something that we said we were going to do. I hope that was clear.
Dr. Fields, can I ask?
Yes, sir.
I hear the word planning several times. I just want to make it clear that we keep saying unexpected expense, and that's exactly what it is. We can't accurately plan for what may come up. And so as things happen, we have to figure out a way to fix them. The budget that the maintenance department has, they use the money in that budget to fix things that do break. And at some point, the director of maintenance comes and says, hey, we fixed several items thus far that we know at some point we're going to have to come back and ask for more money because we're using our current budget to fix things that we did not budget for. And so we can't plan for a compressor, or a boiler or whatever it may be. But to Mr. Macias's point, what we are doing is the district needs assessment to figure out what items are out there right now that are aging that we will need to replace at some point. And so in either a upcoming bond or whatever, we can use those types of monies to fix those things. But when it comes to the daily operations of the district and having to just fix things that break, just like in your house, you didn't expect for your AC to go out, but you got to go into your savings account and fix it. So I just want to make sure that when we say planning, that we're not saying that it's a lack of planning on the Department of, Maintenance.
No, and I wasn't, but I do know that budgets can, and I'd have to hear from our CFO on district budgets, but I do know a household budget can allow for unexpected repairs, and you can put into that amount and plan for it and be more prepared and less caught off guard. So I don't know if that's something we can do in a district budget or not. I'm asking.
I'm letting you know we can. We don't need to speak with the CFO. I'm telling you we can. If the board collectively says that they want us to budget for whatever the amount may be for these unexpected expenses, we can create an account and put money into it, but we're going to take that money out of the fund balance. Yes, ma'am.
I wasn't sure if it was,
Did you have something else, Ms. Stanford? No. Okay. So it's Ms. Faulkner? Yeah, this is the order. Did you
Okay.
press your request to speak?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I
right,
wasn't
Ms.
sure if
Faulkner.
it was ready yet.
So no matter what, the money's the money.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're essentially discussing how we're going to label it. because the money's the money. It's not growing. We're not creating more. I personally, as a taxpayer, don't want it all sitting in a just-in-case fund, because the just-in-case fund is for things that break down. The fund balance would be for, oh, you know what, all of a sudden the state mandated a new whatever it is and we have to do it. That's not a just-in-case, that's a whole nother issue. And I know encumbering money under a very specific is going to be just as much of a headache as asking for a budget amendment would be. So, and just for the record, the board did not complain about, it wasn't the entire board, so I want that on record about the budget amendments. It is nice to see them coming as they hit instead of in a big chunk, but either way, it's still there. It's still coming.
Ms. Ryan?
I have to disagree that these things can't and should not have been budgeted for. I moved into a 25-year-old house that had 2 air conditioners that were over 20 years old, and the first thing I did was put $10,000 in an HVAC savings account. That was the first thing I did, because I knew it was gonna break. And we historically know stuff breaks every single year. So, and this is part of the challenge when I start asking for like one more level down on the budget, right? I see a $32 million maintenance budget. I just kind of assume there's a repair cost in there because I don't get to see the next level down. So I think that's why I know, like, to me, this is a surprise that there's no money kind of in this account. And I guess I'm concerned that in a $32 million budget on a year that we're supposed to be cutting tens of millions of dollars.
Ma'am, the maintenance budget was what was the maintenance budget?
Well, the
for this
entire
year?
Function 51, maintenance and operations, is $32 million.
Oh, that's
That
payroll,
includes
though.
payroll.
I mean,
Correct.
we would
But
have to.
the department budget is 3.8 million.
Again, the
And that's
issue
where
is,
we put the
this is
funds.
not sustainable. So the budget that we approved takes our fund balance down to $66 million, right? With the disaster pennies. That's what we approved in June, was taking us down to $66 million. 90 days of our $272 million in expenses is $67 million. So what we already approved is already going to take us down to about only $88 or $89 worth of fund reserve. Less than 90 days of operating expenses. That's scary to me. So to
I'm
continue
not-
to take more money out of that fund reserve, and now it's not going to be 66 million. Now, as we add throughout the year, is that going to get below 66? Yeah, I'm on the slides from the budget hearing, and with disaster pennies, the fund balance reserve at the end of the current fiscal year is going to be 66,175,000. And if you take our $272 million in expenses, which is what we approved in the budget, that's 67 million is 90 days, if you do the math of it. So if we just can't afford to do any more budget amendments to take out a fund reserve. We're already at just under 90. If we have to spend more money in areas, then we have to cut somewhere else. And remember, that means if this has us taking 24 million out of our fund reserve this year, we won't have 24 million to take out next year, because we're already going to be at our 90-day mark. So how are we going to get that 272 million down another $24 million by the end of this year, by the next budget cycle? Well, we're not going to do that by adding 256,000 to our expenses without cutting a single thing. And this is why I keep bringing cost reduction things on every single board meeting agenda, because I'm waiting for the cuts. I'm waiting for the cuts. I'm waiting for the efficiencies. I'm waiting for expenses to come down. And expenses continuing to go up is just fiscally irresponsible. We're going to have to start reducing somewhere at some point, and doing it next May or June is going to be too late, because then we're going to have a May or June like last year, and I just don't want to have to go through that May-June debacle like we went through this year. This needs to be more deliberate. So I am not okay with taking any more money out of the fund reserve and lowering us below that 88 or 89 days of operating expenses, and that's what Budget Amendment 2 would do.
If I could, Ms. If I could.
Let Dr. Fields
You
respond,
can.
please.
That was just so much that I'd like to respond, please. In the budget cycle, we brought recommendations for efficiencies that the board felt like those were areas that they didn't want to decrease because it was important to the district. I agree. It's disingenuous to say that we haven't brought anything when we have. This is not a conversation that I didn't sit here and have in this same area during the budget cycle, saying that this is not sustainable. You're absolutely correct, and I've even made recommendations as we move forward on ways that we can address this. We even came back with the disaster pennies for this year. The actual deficit that we passed was a lot more than 24, because we made the statement it's right currently at 24,545. That's what the disaster pennies because it should be around 36. That's what the board agreed to. So we're doing our best, and it's not like we brought something to increase the deficit. These are unexpected expenses. The air conditioning went down. This is work stoppage. If we don't fix it, students can't go to that campus. We have no choice. So it's not like we can't pay for it. We have to. Going forward, I have no problem bringing in efficiency to match the amount of the unexpected expense. But again, as I said before, it's not cutting fat anymore. There's no fat in the budget. It's muscle. So that means we're going to have to do away with something that we felt like we thought we had to have before. But I don't want anyone to sit here and think that we're just standing back watching. That's not fair. Not fair. Yes, ma'am.
Miss,
Ms. Eaton, did you? Okay.
let me say one last thing, and I'd like to make the motion. We spent a lot of time on this topic. Oh, Mr. Slins, did you want to say something? Forgive me.
Well, I called for the question.
Okay, well, let me make the motion then. That's,
What's the reason of calling for the question? I thought when you call for the question, you have to vote.
we do, but I'll just make the motion if you withdraw your call for the question. Are we good?
I withdraw my motion.
Then let me make the motion, and I'll have some commentary later about this. I'd like to move that we approve the attached amendments for the budget for the 25 fiscal year.
Second. So there's a motion by Mr. Macias and a second by myself. Go ahead and vote, please. Ms. Ryan, would you vote, please? Motion passes 6-1. All right, moving on to item E, consider and take action regarding approving cash investment report for all funds as of June 30th, 2024. Ms. Ryan, you pulled this item.
Oh, yes. I don't like that we put these on consent because I do think it's very important for our community and our taxpayers and stakeholders to know what our investments are doing because, you know, it's a great market right now. It has been for a couple of years, and we're going to keep praying that it keeps going this way because it's been good for school districts. So, you know, when I see that we've now, just this quarter alone, which would be April, May, June, the interest on the 2022 bond money that's still sitting, because we obviously haven't done all the projects yet, it's just sitting in the savings account, $3 million in one quarter. So, you know, I love seeing numbers like that because that's money that can get, once we're done with all of the bond projects 2022, that money can get allocated, right? It's there for cost overruns, it's there for other things. So I'm happy that our bond money is continuing to grow while we work on these projects. But overall, the district, in all of its funds, had over $5 million in interest earnings just in this past quarter of all of our funds. So I just didn't want to let that go by without at least our public knowing that we're doing some good investing right now, and the money we do have is currently yielding us a very high rate of return. So we hope that that will continue at least in the future as long as it can.
May I have a motion, please?
Do you want me to say it? Or, okay. I move that we approve the cash investment report for all funds as of June 30th, 2024.
So motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Stanford. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Item H, consider and take action regarding approving the renewal rates with PCAP for general liability and EBL, cyber loss and liability, educators' legal liability, auto liability, and auto physical damage. Mr. Macias, you pulled this item?
I did. Just, Dr. Fields, this is a renewal, right?
Yes, sir.
And they're satisfactory. We didn't have to put this to bid. We were able to just renew, or did we send this out?
I believe it had the option, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, we sent this out for, Insurica is our broker, and they use PCAT, which is it's like a leveraging company. About 200 districts use PCAT, and so it's, again, buying power with those districts using PCAT to get the best quote for the insurance that we need. And so that's what we decided to do, and we're ready to renew.
I appreciate it. That's all, the only clarity I needed. Thank you. Okay.
Anyone else?
I did.
Ms. Stanford?
Yes. I noticed that this is saying that in the past 5 years, there have been 177 total claims filed, which apparently is high, that our loss ratio is 131.8, and we're aiming for below 50. So I was just wondering, are those are bus accidents?
No, ma'am. Dr. Gosh, would you want to speak to that?
Around June 2021, we had a significant incident with our network and cybersecurity program that greatly cost the
Right.
district in terms of insurance. So that is the difference that you're seeing there.
Well, this says,
Some of it is, I guess what they're trying to articulate, Ms. Stanford, is some of it's related to increased accidents, but the majority, the reason why the number's so high, if you were to take away the increase from the ransomware attack, then that would bring us down to 89, I believe it was.
About
And then the norm is what, 60?
60 is the norm,
So then.
or
that-
acceptable, yes, sir.
So the acceptable to 89 could be the difference in the vehicles, the buses, because there was an increase in vehicle accidents. But all the way up to 131 is a direct reflection of the
Cyber
ransomware,
issue.
the cybersecurity issue.
okay,
So
but
I don't
we
want to put it
still-
all on transportation
Gotcha.
and the maintenance workers.
okay, good to know.
Yes, ma'am.
But we still feel there are more bus accidents than we'd like to have?
I can tell you that, again, I would say across the state, there are more bus accidents now because discipline's starting to worsen, and the reason why it's difficult to find bus drivers now I feel like I'm on a soapbox, but they're driving the classroom, and they're managing their classroom through the rearview mirror while trying to maintain sometimes high speeds on crowded roads. In our particular district, FM 78 used to be a rural area. We're inner city. You go at the wrong time, it's bumper-to-bumper traffic all the way from Judson to Kirby. And they've got 48 students on the bus. And we need to do some remediation when it comes to, explaining the rules of riding on the bus, being in the classroom, what you can do. So we're going through this process. I know why it's frustrating for bus drivers. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just saying that I understand. And again, it's not exclusive to Judson ISD. And that's why it's difficult to find bus drivers across the state. Because with that same CDL, there's other opportunities for them.
Well, I was just wondering if it'd be worth maybe offering a good driver incentive. I didn't know what the issue was and what was causing the problem, but I wondered if that would be helpful to maybe get, but it sounds like they need to pull off the road, is what it sounds like.
They do, sometimes they do.
Just stop and get
But
security.
sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can't. So, yes.
Can I add? We are also working with Edwards Risk Management to provide training, because we do want to mitigate, obviously, accidents. And so we're having training sessions with not only the Transportation Department, but also our White Fleet, which is the maintenance department, folks who drive those vehicles as well. So we are taking steps to try and reduce the number of accidents that we have through training.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ryan?
I guess my concern looking at these numbers is we're to the point where we're at risk of getting dropped by all insurance companies because we have such a significant number of claims,
That's
not just.
That's not
Well,
the case.
okay, so according to what Insurica said, the other two companies they contact, one wouldn't insure us at all, and the other one said it was going to be $1 million more, and that they were lucky that they were able to even issue us insurance this year. That's what it says in the renewal summary. And so I am concerned that if this number of accidents continues above, if it's above the averages. Yeah, I'm looking under renewals summary. I think that's where, yeah.
Yeah, and it says,
Tips to-
based on the claim history, it's been challenging to find a more competitive proposal than PCAT.
It also says DPS declined to submit a bid due to the location and loss history. Liberty Mutual gave us an indication we would see a rate of $800K to over $1 million. So the two other companies.
But we still have PCAT, which is like buy board, which is a great place to go to.
Okay, correct. Here's what I'm saying is, when you have too many accidents, at some point, insurance companies drop you, right?
but we
They
stay-
just do. So this level of number of accidents, it's probably just not an acceptable type level. Like, we can't continue, like, on this path. So, and I'm hearing it's not just buses either. It's maintenance vehicles and pretty much everything with wheels that we kind of drive, around the district type thing. And it's concerning that we can't get more than one quote for this insurance. And I think we've even upped the deductibles. You upped the deductible up to $2,500, right?
Yes, ma'am.
3 years ago, we were down at $1,000. So I'm watching these rates go up and our deductibles going up, and we have more accidents. So I guess, I'm sorry, am I interrupting someone down there?
Not me.
Oh, okay, sorry, I heard someone talking over me down the line. I would like to see a more comprehensive plan of how we are going to attack this from a safety, whether that's incentives, just like we do with the teacher retention slides that Ms. Stanford asked for. Like, this is costing us, these rates are going up astronomically each year. We're hundreds and hundreds thousands more than we have been in the past. So some way that we are going to start either incentivizing having less accidents or disincentivizing having accidents, or safety or training or something like that. It would be nice to see kind of what the plan going forward this year is, and try and track those statistics. 6 months from now, how are we doing? Were we at 50 accidents a year and we're down to 30 or we're down to 20? It'd be nice to have some eyes on that before we get to our renewal next year.
Understood. I would say, though, that we just identified that it was the ransomware attack. And when does that fall off, Dr. Gosh? The ransomware attack rates.
Typically, somewhere around the 3-year mark, we begin to see the risk come down because with each year that we do not have any additional occurrences. In addition, we have had to add so many additional features to our system, which is one of the things that allows us to be able to renew that. But it should reduce that number because we have not had any further claims going forward.
Yeah, and that was only one claim. There's still
questionnaire each
176
year.
other claims in 5 years. So the cyber claim was one. There were still 176 other claims on this insurance that were not the cyber attack. And that's my concern. Over 5 years, that number seems a little higher than it probably should be. Even though I know I drive 1604 and I don't know how my bus driver does it. God bless them. All 3 of them that are running on 1604 for me. So I get that accidents do happen. I'm not saying it should be 0. It just, they're saying it's a little bit high and it feels a little bit high.
Understood.
All right, could I have a motion, please? Mr.
Yes,
Macias, would
I
you-
move that we approve the rates with PCAT for general liability and EBI, cyber loss and liability, educators' legal liability, auto liability, and auto physical damage.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Macias, second by Mr. Salinas. And if we will go ahead and vote, please. Ms. Stanford? Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to item J, consider and take action regarding approving the renewal rates with McGriff Insurance Services LLC for property and windstorm coverage. Ms. Stanford, you pulled this item.
Well, actually, I didn't mean to, so I'm going to make a motion unless
Okay.
someone else has something. Okay, sorry.
All right, Ms. Ryan.
So 12 months ago, I was not very happy about this agenda item because our rates were going up $500,000 on this, and we had not considered bidding this out to someone else who may or may not be able to find us a better rate. We have one broker that's out there trying to find us rates, but those rates keep going up and up. So how much of an increase is this premium from last year to this year? Because last year it went up $500,000, right? I was trying to find the actual dollar amount it was going up in here.
Mr. Brooks?
Last year, we paid 2.27 million. This year's proposed rate is 2.36 million. With, so an inch, it's,
No, it went up, but it
It
was
went
like
up, but it's-
100,000.
I'm sorry, say again. Dr.
It went up,
Yes.
correct, but it was
Right.
only like 100 and something thousand.
Correct,
Yes, sir.
correct.
Okay, and is there no way to get other quotes? Like I've told you guys, when I get my renewal rate from Geico, and if it's up, first thing I do is call two other insurance companies, right, and try and see what their rates are. And if everybody's rates are high, that's great, but sometimes, you call around for insurance and the gamut of prices you get is this wide. If you call 5 insurance companies, you're gonna get 5 extraordinarily different prices based on whatever algorithm, their math people are using type thing. So I'm concerned at a time where we're supposed to be reducing expenses, that is this not then the year that we start pricing out, instead of just paying a renewal rate, that we try and see if we can get some better coverage at a lower rate somewhere else. At least go through that process. If there isn't a lower rate available, great, but this is going to be the second year where we haven't gotten 3 competing rates to take a look at to see if there is something better out there.
Dr. Fields, can I answer that,
Please.
please? We went to BHSI Insurance Group. They had a renewal option of 2.425 million. And then also Beasley Insurance Company, 2.438. And again, we're with McGriff, I'm sorry, AIG Arch, they were 2.367. So we did have 3 different quotes that we went out and got. And so McGriff went out and got it for us, and this is what we have come back with as a recommendation.
Thank you.
So we did get the 3 quotes.
Okay, I didn't see any of that in the board books, so, all right, thank you.
Ms. Stanford?
Yeah, just a quick question. How do we determine our total asset value? Who assesses that?
I believe the people who are insuring us, so they came back and said, hey.
They have their adjusters
Yes,
or
ma'am.
whatever?
Mhm.
Is there such a thing as a third-party entity or review that could offer, just like you can get 2 bids on something, is there a way to?
Well,
Yeah.
we actually went out and got 3 bids on this one.
Okay.
So,
Well, I mean, of our value, because.
of our value, we could have someone come in and assess our value, but when the insurance comes back, they say that they come in and look at our assets and
So
then
they're
come
gonna go with
back
their
and
own
say, this
opinion.
is, I doubt that we could convince an insurance company to
They're
consider
wrong.
someone else's value assets to
Okay.
consider how they're gonna,
Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
May I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the renewal rate from McGriff Insurance Services LLC for property and windstorm coverage.
A motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Stanford. Go ahead and vote, please. Ms. Eaton? Okay. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on, item K, consider and take action regarding approving the 2024-2025 Memorandum of Understanding between Texas A&M University San Antonio and Judson Independent School District for College Advisors. Mr. Macias, you pulled this?
Yeah, just want to commend the administration for, again, spearheading something like this that's really invaluable. I just also wanted to note that there was data that was also provided in terms of the type of outcomes, again, which, again, totally love outcomes. My question is, there are multiple groups that do this. I want to say I vaguely remember Trinity doing something like this with us. Am I remembering correctly? Or
Years back, yes, sir.
But they've done something similar, right? And so A&M San Antonio is our partner for going forward. I like the numbers, but do you know, since you work with them directly, I mean, I'm just asking from my own perspective, are there avenues to increase support for students that are considering other college pathways? Because I saw the numbers, and obviously we want more and more to at least pursue a certification in workforce development or something at Alamo colleges even, and they would be a good partner. So do we bring that type of partnership collaborative with them, or is it exclusively just with them? That's
I'll
what I'm trying
let Ms. Davis
to
speak.
get some clarity on.
So although the near-peer college advisors work with Texas A&M University in San Antonio, they don't just offer assistance to apply to that university. They offer all kinds of assistance that the students request or the parents request. And we are open to partnering with others. This is a free opportunity that this university has provided for the last 2 years. This would be our 3rd year for renewal. So of course we want to offer it. It is an assistance for our counselors. And so they have sent over the last 2 years and we call them near peer because they're very young, so the students can identify with them. So to young people, and they are split between our high schools. So one is split between 2 high schools and one is split between another 2. And we do include JECA in that mix as well.
Well, and again, being on the board that pushed for college advisors on our campuses back in the day, awesome. We need to do that. But I just keep thinking about those that didn't activate based on the ones they met with, that ratio. I guess I just want a deeper assessment of what we're doing to help those students. And if it means Alamo colleges, which would also count, or would it not count as college if they went to Alamo colleges?
It counts.
It would count.
Yes, sir.
So we will want them to go there, and especially if they're maybe in a workforce certification mode, because that still counts. So
We've got Alamo Promise at this point.
Exactly, which means you should be able to.
I don't think it gets better than that.
It's tuition free.
Yes, sir.
And so we should expect to see better numbers, I think, ultimately. That's what I'm driving at. We should see stronger numbers, and that's why I want to know if A&M San Antonio is working with other partners in conjunction with us.
Yes, sir.
And then you can figure that out later, but that's sort of what my thought is. That's all I have.
Anyone else? All right. May I have the motion, please?
Sure, let
I move
me make the
that-
motion. Let me make the motion. I move that we approve the 24-25 Memorandum of Understanding between Texas A&M University, San Antonio, and Judson Independent School District for college advising.
Motion by Mr. Macias, second by Ms. Eaton. And if you can go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Item O, consider and take action regarding approval of the professional services contract amendment supporting the Bond 2016 materials testing services for the Wagner High School Track and Field Improvements Project. Ms. Stanford, you pulled this.
Yes. I see that we're being asked to pay an additional amount for this original contract, and it represents a 72% increase in the initial cost. So I feel I have to ask what happened, why it was so far off. Do we know?
This is on the materials testing for Wagner?
Yes, the high school track. I did look at the breakdown, and almost 75% of the overage is personnel, man-hours, overtime, and travel. So I'm just not sure how that wasn't assessed more accurately up front when we entered into an agreement with this vendor.
Ask the facilities department to come up. I can see where we would have man-hours in relation to the actual testing, right? The technicians that have to do the testing. And this materials testing is for the visitors' stands on the other side of the field where we don't have the actual stands currently. They
Correct.
sit on just home side, and both the home and visitors sat over there. Now we're moving them to the other side of the football field. But once again, we're doing this in an area where we have highly shifting soils, and we're getting ready to put stands over there that should be able to take the weight of 500 people sitting in the stands. So they want to make sure that they test, I can understand, carefully and treat that soil to where we don't have any problems once they get the stands erected over there. But when we talk about personnel and travel, is that part of the, is that the bulk of the testing?
Well,
Or the
some-
reason?
Did we change the scope of our work? Is that what caused this increase? Because we added more to what we were asking for?
So a portion of the increase was that second
The-
grandstand. Yes.
So we didn't have that in our original.
That was not in the original proposal. I got that
And
clarification.
then we added to the proposal, that created an increase in the bid. Well, that makes sense.
Yes, ma'am.
If that's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, that's okay for me.
Ms. Ryan?
Well, I guess I'm confused because visitor stands were always in the original Wagner project when the board approved it. There was never one-sided, it was never going to be a one-sided stadium. That was never the original plan at Wagner. It was always two-sided bleachers. So did we forget to tell them about that? Did we forget to put that when we put it out for bid? Like, I'm just trying to figure out how that got missed during the original contract negotiations. Why was that not in the scope? Did we not put it in there, or they didn't see it and under bid? Because again, this is a percentage-wise, it is a big increase, and like, this project's supposed to be done, and now we're going back and doing material testing and adding to the cost of it. And I guess I just don't understand why, because like, those stadiums should be in.
Can I answer? Okay, so don't get confused between the scope of the work which the contractor is doing. This is for the material testing, for the testing, I guess, that the contractor has to comply with within the specifications. In this particular instance, yes, you are correct. That scope of work has always been in there. When we put out the requirements to this firm, or Rob Kistner, they did not incorporate that grandstand part. They did not have that in their scope of work.
Okay, because they left it out, or we forgot to tell them to put it in?
No, they left it out.
They just left it out.
They left it out.
And now we have to eat the cost.
Yes, ma'am.
And was it included in the contract? Again, we might be heading into legal territory type thing, but, well, yeah, was it in the contract that they were going to do X project and they didn't do it? That's concern, because there's another one later on in the agenda where the same company's doing the same thing and going out for more money. So we don't see these very often. So I think that's why it's catching,
Correct.
like, we do contracts, and contracts are contracts unless there's something like we change the scope of work and be like, oh, we want 6 sets of grandstands, right? That, if we change that after the fact, we understand that. But it's like, if this was always the plan, we're a little confused. And I don't know if that needs some legal input.
I can check into it more and get back. I will say this, though. This is coming out of Bond 2016 funds?
Yes, sir.
Are the funds available for this?
Yes, sir.
Are we paying for services that have yet to be rendered and weren't part of what we paid for before? Meaning, are we repaying for something that we already paid for?
No, sir.
Or we're paying for the services that we're getting now?
Yes.
So we're paying for the services that have yet been rendered, and it's coming out of Bond 2016 funds, and we have the funds available to do this.
Yeah, it's not, but we thought it was gonna cost us X dollars to do this project, and now all of a sudden, because they had you sign a contract saying, hey, we're gonna do everything for Wagner for, what was it, $63,000? And we thought, meaning like the big district, thought that included all material testing, otherwise
And
we
we're
might have
saying that that
negotiated with a
wasn't
different
in there.
company.
But we're saying now that that wasn't part of the assessment.
That is
The bleachers on the other side, it was not part of it.
Oh, so it wasn't in the contract to do it?
Was not in the contract.
Okay, so then we
So
missed
now-
that it wasn't in the contract.
We're paying for the services that are being rendered now that they're offering. It was not in there. And we have the money available to do it.
All right, Ms. Eaton?
Good evening.
Good evening.
How did we miss that, though? Because I know when we were talking about that track, that was a kind of a big deal for me, when we started talking about that track, because it started breaking down so fast, you know? So how did we miss that part about the bleachers?
Well, ma'am, if I may address that issue in
Please.
particular, based on my experience in the past, materials testing, generally speaking, is going to be something that's a little tricky, right? You want to do the basics, the testing, the mandatory test that we have to perform. Unfortunately, you don't always get the results back that you expect. And in those cases, at a minimum, that is going to trigger more tests. I mean, you know, the soils are probably one of the bane of our existence, at least in terms of construction in this particular area of San Antonio. There are a lot of knowns. We can test, we can retest, but we can't test everything, every little inch of the soil. We do samples. We take proctors. Those proctors are representative of the areas in which those proctors are being gathered. That doesn't necessarily mean that if you go 100 feet from that exact same point, that you're going to encounter different soil types. So, I mean, I guess we could say that, hey, let's overestimate what we think we're going to spend on these, it is an appropriate approach, but I always say this with construction. You know, you start off with a plan and then things happen. And unfortunately, this is what's happening now. Lessons learned for elementary school 21. We knew that we were going to encounter expansive soils in elementary school number 21. So the lessons that we have learned in the past, we're applying them to elementary school 21. We knew that our materials testing budget was going to be normal than what you would normally, as a percentage, allocate for a particular project. But, you know, we're finding situations at elementary totally under control that we did not expect. That also affects the scope of the work. So if we're expecting to see only 10 feet of clay and then we start digging and we realize, wow, in this particular spot, there's 60 feet of clay, that's going to not only affect our materials testing because we're going to do additional testing, it's also may impact our scope of work. I would like it clear, though, moving forward, this is something that is going to be on any project where we're digging and we're dealing with soils. But it could be other things, too. It could be concrete testing. You know, it's a tricky business.
Okay, I understand. And I also remember when you all came back, well, not you, came back to say that, yes, we needed to dig deeper. So I imagine each time that happened, the test soil came back as too much caliche. It's caliche, right? And sand?
It's clay.
Expensive
Black
clay.
Houston clay.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I live over there, so trust me, I know.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, that answers my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. So.
Ms. Standard.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't matter if we have the money to pay it. That's not my question. I was looking out for us. if a vendor is increasing their original bid to us by 72%, I want to know if that is something we requested of them, or they're coming back to us and saying, oops, it's going to cost us more to do what you asked us to do. That's all I'm trying to clarify. Did we expand our request to the vendor?
The per unit cost, we actually pay for each individual test. So the materials testing company, in their bid, they specify, they make an estimate themselves, and they say, we're going to have to take X amount of soil samples throughout the course of the project, right? So it's not that they increased their per test price, it's just that they're doing more tests.
Because we asked for
Because we
more.
asked them, and I didn't mention this, but, a pound of prevention, these tests, I can't explain this mathematically, these tests pay for themselves. But this is not a price increase, it is an additional à la
Request.
carte style, hey, I see that concrete coming off that truck, I know you weren't going to test that truck, but guess what, that concrete doesn't look right. So I want you to take the lab, they're on site, we grab the lab tech, we say, hey, test that concrete. The slump doesn't look right, for example. Well, that would be an additional test that would be outside of what their normal routine testing regimen would be.
And that makes sense if it's something we saw that we need more
Correct.
of. And I guess I'd like to know that anytime we're looking to approve a vendor increase, is this coming from our request, or is the vendor finding a higher cost in the original bid? So if this is our request that
This
we
is.
added to the scope, that's all I
Yes, ma'am.
needed to know.
It is not an escalation of price.
Okay.
It's an escalation of quantity.
Okay. Thank you.
I thought that's what I articulated earlier. This is something that we need done, that we haven't paid for. It's not like an increase, and we have the money for it.
Ms. Ryan?
It was just one more observation as I was looking at the line by line. You can see a couple of them are their testing technicians and stuff like that, but when their project manager more than triples his hours, that's not a guy out there getting soil and driving it back to a lab and doing a test. So when their project management fee goes from $11.60 up to $39.87, that's more than triple. Yeah, that causes my eyebrows to raise a little bit. So just another observation off this chart.
I will leave it alone.
All right, may I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the professional service contract amendment supporting Bond 2016 material testing for the Wagner High School Track and Field Improvement Project.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Eaton. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-1. Item P, consider and take action regarding approving the partial certificate of substantial completion, supporting the progress and completion of the Wagner High School Track and Field Improvement Project. Mr. Macias, this was your.
Yes, and my apologies, I asked that question during the construction report.
So you're good?
There's no discussion, I can make a motion.
Thank you.
No discussion? Okay.
So
So
we need a motion.
I move that we approve the professional services
No,
contract.
sir, we're on P.
Sorry. I move that we approve the partial certificate of substantial completion supporting the progress and completion of the Wagner High School Track and Field Improvements Project.
Motion by Mr. Macias, second by Ms. Eaton. Go ahead and vote, please. Mr. Salinas, would you vote, please? It's okay, sometimes they stick. Motion passes 7-0. Item R, consider and take action regarding approving the proclamation to recognize the month of August 2024 as National Immunization Awareness
I
Month.
think Q was pulled.
Q was pulled? Who
No,
pulled
it
Q?
wasn't. It was
No.
not. I apologize.
We're moving to R, consider and take action regarding approving the proclamation to recognize the month of August 2024 as National Immunization Awareness Month. Ms. Ryan.
Yes, Madam President, I would like to read a condensed version of the proclamation for National Immunization Awareness Month, which states National Immunization Awareness Month is an opportunity to raise awareness about why vaccines are important for people of all ages and how they can prevent serious, sometimes deadly, diseases and illnesses. Immunizations play an important role in keeping our families and communities healthy. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim August 2024 as National Immunization Awareness Month and urge all to observe this with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. And then, do you want me to make the motion for it right away? Okay, Madam President, I move that we approve the proclamation to recognize the month of August 2024 as National Immunization Awareness Month.
Motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Stanford. Would you go ahead and vote, please? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item S, consider and take action regarding approving the proclamation declaring September 15th to October 15th, 2024 as National Hispanic Heritage Month. Mr. Salinas, would you please?
I'd like to read. I'm getting used to this thing again. I'd like to read a condensed version of the proclamation for National Hispanic Heritage Month, which states, National Hispanic Heritage Month is a time to honor the cultures and contributions of both Hispanic and Latino Americans. The time frame of this month-long celebration coincides with many Central American countries that celebrate their Independence Days between September 15th and October 15th. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month and urge our community and all our citizens to celebrate the distinct and vibrant contributions made with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, I can make a motion.
Yes, please.
Okay, I make a motion to consider and take action regarding approving the proclamation declaration October 15th through September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Salinas, second by Mr. Macias.
Vote.
Go ahead and vote, please. Sorry, I had to click through. My apologies. Motion passes 7-0. Item T, consider and take action regarding approving a resolution declaring September 26, 2024 as Human Resource Professional Day. Ms. Stanford.
Madam President, I'd like to read a condensed version of the proclamation for Human Resource Professional Day, which states, Human Resource Professional Day is celebrated to recognize and appreciate the hard work and dedication of human resource professionals who are vital to the district's efforts in recruiting, hiring, retaining quality employees. Human Resources plays a key role in fostering satisfaction and loyalty among employees. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim September 26th, 2024 as Human Resource Professional Day and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our Human Resources team members for their service and commitment to Judson ISD employees and students. So I make a motion that we consider and take action regarding approving a resolution declaring September 26, 2024 as Human Resource Professional Day.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Stanford, second by Ms. Eaton. If you will go ahead and vote, please. Ms. Eaton, yours didn't go. There we go. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Item U, consider and take action regarding approving the proclamation to recognize September 2024 as National Suicide Prevention Month. Mr. Macias.
Yes, this is a condensed version of the proclamation for the National Suicide Prevention Month, which states that the National Suicide Prevention Month is an opportunity to raise the visibility of mental health resources and suicide prevention services available in our community. Each and every suicide directly impacts a minimum of 100 individuals, including family, friends, coworkers, neighbors, and community members. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim September 2024 as National Suicide Prevention Month and urge all to participate in mental health awareness and education activities, not only during September, but also throughout the year. And I'd like to move that we approve the proclamation to recognize the month of September 2024 as National Suicide Prevention Month.
Motion by Mr. Macias, second by Ms. Eaton. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Item V, consider and take action regarding approving the proclamation declaring September 27, 2024, the last Friday in September, as American Indian Heritage Day. Ms. Faulkner, please.
I'd like to read a condensed version of the proclamation for American Indian Heritage Day, which states, American Indian Heritage Day is a day to recognize the historical, cultural, and social contributions made by American Indian communities and leaders in Texas. The last Friday in September is designated as American Indian Heritage Day by the Texas State Legislature. We, the Independent School District Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim September 27, 2024 as American Indian Heritage Day and urge our community and all our citizens to celebrate the distinct and vibrant contributions made with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. I move that we approve the proclamation declaring September 27, 2024, the last Friday in September, as American Indian Heritage Day.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Eaton. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Item X, consider and take action regarding approving the staffing report. Ms. Ryan, you pulled this.
I know most of these other teacher numbers are going to move like probably 800 times since we sat down in this meeting. So, but in terms of special education, I'm concerned because I'm still seeing a good 24 teacher vacancies and 30 sped aid vacancies. You know, day one started yesterday, and that's minutes we have to be providing to kids starting yesterday. So since we are short, 54 personnel who are spending the majority of their day giving minutes to children, how are we gonna deal with that? Are we gonna have to start banking minutes until we can hire more people? And how are we gonna communicate that to parents when, minutes are missed? Because obviously if we're short people, we can't, if we need X number of people and we don't have X number of people, then, we can't provide the services that they need. So, which, it happens. There are shortages places. We just gotta be able to communicate, track, and make sure we're in compliance. So, and then is there something on the horizon, HR department, that maybe there's some more sped people maybe in the works?
Nicole and I have been talking about this all summer. So we are working really closely with Dr. Armstead and her team. We are contracting outside of the district for the units that need that extra help right now. We're watching it very closely. As we all know, the first 3 days of school, not everybody shows up. And so we're looking at the numbers after we have dropped students that did not show up on the first day, and we're going through, and we are already moving staff from one campus to the other to fill the gaps that we have right now. The shortage that we are experiencing in special education is something that is being experienced all over the country. And so definitely working with outside agencies, doing contracts with behavior techs and whatever else to make sure that we are meeting the minutes of our students in every classroom.
Do we have an estimate on did Stetson come in, Ray? Do we know when we're getting that report so we can get some great actual caseload analysis numbers and some efficiencies in how we do things to make sure we're kind of maximizing the personnel we do have?
Stetson is starting their phase 2 of their audit of Judson ISD. And so that is going to be taking place from now through, they did a spring phase, and then they're doing the second phase, which is a fall phase, which is what you're talking about. You want that information.
Okay, yeah.
That will not be
When do we expect a report ish or something out of them?
We should be looking at the end of that, closing out at the end of September.
Okay. Okay, good. Now I'm sure, just like you have companies come in and do curriculum and master schedules and stuff
Yes,
like that.
it takes a while.
I'm hoping they will find some efficiencies that'll kind of lessen the load on some of the people that we have here by showing them some ways that they can, meet those minutes in a better way and service their kids. Thank you. That was the only question I had on staffing, because I know everything else is in a state of flux for the next week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
Anyone else?
Ms. Camara?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear the state of flux commentary. Earlier, I didn't get a chance to echo this sentiment, but this is a window. We can't do budgets until we know what our numbers look like. And with everything in flux, to talk about reduction or anything else is just not viable. We have to go through the year and look what our enrollment numbers, look what our personnel numbers look like, and then start making some hard decisions as we go forward. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. May I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the staffing report.
Motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Eaton. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. All right, moving on to discussion, consideration of action items. A, discussion and possible action to consider superintendent's recommendation regarding designation of 10 non-business days for consideration of Public Information Act requests for calendar year 2025 and amending the designated non-business days for calendar year 2024.
Yes, ma'am. Typically, on a calendar year, not the academic year, we have to determine, based on the amount of days that we have to respond to a PIA, because our holidays aren't counted in to being exceptions to that 10-day response. We had planned to have the 4th of July off, and we had calculated those days in. We're not doing that, so we're moving those days, and then it'll be approval for the calendar year of 2025. So we're just asking that the board approve the days change from our July 4th to the winter break and for the calendar of 2025.
Is there any discussion? May I have a motion then?
I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendation regarding designation of 10 non-business days for the consideration of PIA requests for calendar year 2025 and amending the designated non-business days for the calendar year 2024.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Mr. Salinas. I don't know. Can you cancel that absence, please, Mr. Davis? Oh, no, wait. Sorry, wait. It's okay. She had to leave the dais. Go ahead and vote, please. Mr. Salinas. Motion passes 6-0 with Ms. Eaton absent from the vote.
Thank you.
Item B, discussion and possible action regarding naming of elementary number 21.
Yes, ma'am. I will speak briefly to this and turn
Yes,
it
sir.
over to Dr. Tagana. Typically, in accordance with the board policy, CW Local, we put out a survey and solicit input from the community. As you can see, there's a list of the community input. I would ask Dr. Taganoff to speak on this. I would only remind the board that this was not for who garnered the most votes. This is still the decision that the board makes, but it gives you feedback on what the community's thoughts were. Dr. Taganoff?
Thank you, Dr. Fields. Yes, we did put a survey out to students, staff, and the community, and these were the responses that we gathered from that. As per board policy CW local, the board gets to make the decision on the naming of the school, and we've provided you some feedback for you to consider. The following parameters are that the name reflect the residential community or the community that the facility serves, after a local geographic area or feature, or after a local municipality, or to honor an outstanding individual who has attained educational prominence in the district.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Ms. Ryan, you're first.
Yes, no, the great community of Selma has always been amazing supporters of Judson ISD, you know, whether they're the, you know, that tiny little community when you're, you know, driving along 1604 and you're like, what's that cool stuff over there? And then you realize that it's, you know, the city of Selma always receives, you know, recognitions and everything. And I know the mayor and their entire city council has reached out to a number of people, you know, on this. And the fact is, this is going to be the only school Judson ever builds in Selma. There's no more land over there. Everything's taken up over there. We're really lucky to, you know, get a parcel even in that city. So, you know, honoring that community and what they have done and will continue to do in partnership with that new elementary school. I think the name Selma Elementary, you know, just like we have a Converse Elementary and we've got a Kirby Middle School after those great communities, having a Selma Elementary seems appropriate to honor that community and all of the students that will be attending that new elementary school.
Mr. Macias?
Yes, I think obviously looking through the names and rich history like Kirby Middle School, Converse Elementary School. There once upon a time was a Live Oak Elementary School. And so
Kirby Elementary.
and so just consistent, I think of the list that Selma rose to the top just because of the geographical area. And so I wanted to put out that my thought would be that we consider the Selma Elementary name.
Ms. Faulkner?
While Selma has a lot, if you look on the chart, Retama has more. So it's listed more than Selma. So
Is that where you're leaning?
I am leaning towards Retama.
Ms. Stanford?
I did talk to a city councilman of Selma who communicated opinions from the city council and the mayor, and they're interested in the name being Selma. They did also, in that conversation, mention a student from Selma, that if they were going to pick a name, it would be her, and that's Danica Caprasi, who died in 2022 of fentanyl overdose, and her mother is really working to fight and prosecute traffickers of fentanyl, and I just thought I'd take this moment to mention that. But they are in favor of the name of Selma.
Mr. Salinas?
I have a concern with the naming possibility of Retama Elementary. Is that what they said, right? Retama Elementary?
That's one that
It
was
would be
suggested.
too much with the racetrack. I don't think that would be appropriate. I like Selma Elementary. Thank you.
I was just trying to give a shout out to the people who actually contributed, because we know we put these out and not a lot of people come back and go, why did y'all vote that? Well, why didn't you answer the questions when we put them out there? So I just wanted to give a shout out to the highest number on the survey.
Thank you.
So I actually live in Selma. And so that's where I'm inclined to go, to recognize not just the city where I live, but the city has been very supportive of the district, and this would be a way to further that partnership. So everyone's had an opportunity to speak. Ms. Eaton, did you want to share anything, your opinion on this?
From the beginning, when we first discussed.
Use your mic, please, ma'am. I'm sorry.
From the very beginning, when we were first discussing it, I was on board, or am on board with naming it Selma.
Terrific. All right. So may I have a motion from someone, please?
I move that we name our new elementary school Selma Elementary.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Macias, second by Mr. Salinas. Let's go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. We have a Selma Elementary. All right. Item C, discussion and possible action to negotiate contract for bond construction management to complete Bond 2022 construction projects. Ms. Ryan, this was your item.
I do want a chance to say, because I know on camera, people see a lot of questions getting asked of our facilities department. And I know sometimes on camera it can look like they're getting grilled pretty good. And I see you all at a lot of things and give you all a lot of hugs. And I hope you all, despite a lot of the questions, feel, because I'm pretty sure my board colleagues would agree, we have more things going on in this district and facilities than probably most of these board members have ever seen in Judson ISD in a long time. And the work that this crew, both old and all the new faces that we have, the amount of work you guys are putting in and the speed at which we are doing things and how many things we have going on is so appreciated. We know it is a lot. Honestly, I don't know how you're getting it all done right now. I honestly don't, because that construction bond list just keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. And we see a new face every once in a while, but it's still your core crew trying to manage all of those projects. So just because we're asking a lot of questions, please don't ever take that, or the public, to think that we don't think our facilities department is doing rockstar amazing things. But we also have a lot going on, right? And that's what a lot of the discussion tonight has been, which is there's a lot of routine stuff. We got to finish up a facilities assessment. We got to create a master plan. We got to be working on keeping all of these buildings, some of which are 50-some years old. We got to keep them functioning, right? Then we have all the emergencies that come up every day. Then we've got Bond 2013 we just finished. 2016 we're working on. 2017 we're working on. There's just a lot, going on right now, and a lot of projects. And at some point, I'm concerned that we are overstraining our facilities department, because there's only so many hours in the day that they can get stuff done. But yet, we have a portion of Bond 2022 that we just haven't had the capacity to work on yet. We've got new schools going in. We've got tracks going in, and stadiums and transformers and all this other stuff, that there's a chunk. And the entire 2022 bond was important, right? Like, it was all sold to the public as, we need this stuff now. We need it sooner than later, not 5 to 8 years down the road. We need to put this on the ballot, and then we need to execute it quickly. We sold all the bonds all at once. All 345 million's out there, been sold, the money's sitting in the bank. And so the board kind of took a chance last summer, right, on, Mr. Macias recommended we look into having a construction management company. I wasn't really super keen on that to start with, because there were some bad experiences from the past type thing. And then there was the cost and all that stuff. So I think it was a great compromise by this board to, well, all right, well, let's get a company and give them some of the projects, right? Let's give them the fencing, and let's give them the gym HVACs. And so far, because I go to all the bond oversight committees, in less than 10 months, all of those projects have been designed, bid out, and are just waiting on, some of them are executed, and the rest of them are just waiting on execution now. And I did the math of it, and I don't like to get into super exact details on things involving contracts and money, but let's just say over the $3 million mark is what we have saved just in those 2 projects alone. So when we save money in a bond, that's more money that we then have left over at the end of the bond. And as other projects come up down the road and chillers break and all these other things, some of that money can be repurposed. That's how we're getting, new tracks and stadiums at Veterans and Wagner was efficient, great use of bond money. And that's what we owe to our taxpayers. So, just based on that success, seeing the last contract getting bid out from our bond construction management company, it's later on in the agenda. At some point, there's some other projects that are also really important to the community. But for me, and as we're looking at cost reductions and cost savings this year, I'm looking at some of the cost savings of doing some projects. We have lighting upgrades that are supposed to be done in our schools so that we can get LED lighting and reduce our electricity costs. We have ancient boilers and chiller systems out there that are probably running off some old, air conditioning freon and all that other stuff. They're just not running efficiently. Just like an AC at home is going to use more electricity. As soon as you get that new one installed, next thing you know, your electric bill goes down. So when there are things that affect the cost of operating this district, that we have the money to do the projects right now. We still have 5 schools without vestibules. We still don't have great lighting in some of our parking lots, which is a safety concern. We have schools that need major site improvements because as sidewalks move, those things become tripping hazards, right? And next thing you know, those become workers' comp claims, and we're putting in ramps and all these other things. So I've gone through the bond 2022 list, and for the rest of the board, it's on. I made sure I listed all of those out. And there's about 15% of the bond, somewhere in the 50-ish million-ish mark of projects that I have listed on there. So not the entire bond, we're down to about 15%. That I would like to see, since we had success with the current construction management company or someone else, is let's get some of these security and cost efficiency and not causing further damage from roof leaks projects out to really help free up our facilities planning department to start working on that long-term plan. Because we don't want to get in this position again where we're renting chillers and all of that. If we can get a master plan going, and that's where our emphasis can be with our facilities department, and take just a little bit off their plate so they're not so overwhelmed with all of the things we keep giving them. A cost saving of $3-some million on the first project. I'm not too super concerned that we don't have the funding left in that 2022 bond in order to be able to do that. So, all right, subject to your questions.
Dr. Field?
I'd like to speak first. So one of the reasons why we've kind of prolonged getting some of this stuff done is because the board requested that we update our engineering list. We were bringing items to the board, and they said this list of engineers is more than 5 years old, and we're still using this old list of people. In addition, it was divided by the ranking of how much money we were going to spend, or whether it was a big, small, or medium company. So we finally we're bringing that to the board tonight on, creating a new ranking for engineer services as well as architect services. But in terms of the savings, I'd ask the facilities department to come up and speak, as well as you, Mr. Brooks, on how the savings come to pass, and if all of that can be credited to an outside agency doing the project management, or does that have anything to do with what you guys are submitting?
So in speaking with the team, at the time that the project manager was brought on, the design of the projects and the bidding out of the contracts, all of that was being led by our team. And so while I don't want to paint a picture that, we're displeased with anything that's being done, I can't sit here and say that we can credit the savings to the project manager because, and you guys can add to what I'm saying, a lot of the process was already in place or had already been started by the time the project management team came aboard. So you guys can speak more to that.
One of the things that I can add to this is the process that we typically use, and it's part of the policy, which is competitive seal proposal. I think that's where we get more of the benefit. There are other options for the district to tap into. I think trying to get it out and in front of contractors is the most competitive for me. I've always felt comfortable with the competitive seal proposal process. But I don't think we could have done it any quicker. That's all I can add.
Yeah, I can't say it any better than Dr. Fields has said it last time. I certainly appreciate your concern for our workload. I do agree that it's a challenge, but quite frankly, I think we're in a good spot. I think we're in a good groove, and if I think, or even though I suspected that I needed more resources, Dr. Fields has always opened that door for me when I've asked for them. So.
To include project management, if they were ever to come back and say that they need more assistance with project management, we'd be more than happy to bring that back to the board. But I haven't received that feedback from the facilities department or Mr. Brooks.
Correct, sir?
Ms. Faulkner?
So several things have happened since we made the decision early on with the other bond oversight. We weren't fully staffed. Now we are. We didn't even have an assistant superintendent, or we did, and then we didn't, and then, so we're fully staffed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So another thing that I keep hearing about is the gym HVACs, which I know for a fact are not there because I visited 4 elementaries on Monday. And that is the biggest complaint, because sitting up here, we made that promise a long time ago, and that was one of the big things that we pushed as this board, getting that moving and making sure those were put in place. So we're not there, and that's the company we hired to do this job, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Well,
what has happened with that?
Well, I can tell you that I did go back and inquire, and some of the things that I heard were there's a backlog, a delay on getting the equipment in. In addition, I'm being told that a proposal was submitted to our facilities department that could have expedited by the project management company hooking on to a different contract that they had in bringing in air conditioning that way. But we wanted to make sure that that was a viable method through our procurement processes, and didn't feel comfortable with it because it would be tagging on with someone else's contract. So they did put out for it, and now there's the typical delay on getting those chillers, HVAC unit, rooftops, whatever we're bringing in. But basically, we're waiting on the items to come in. In addition, have they designed inside yet in terms of contracting what the different insulation's going to be needed to bring in those units and be able to fully
Yes, sir. That was already included as part of the overall design. I will have to remind you as well that during the roofing process, we also insulated the roofs. So that was already something that was already taken care of, that we did not have to expend on this particular part of the project.
In addition, I believe there were 2 campuses that were identified as needing it that we later found out were already.
That is correct, sir.
So, and that was Metzger and Masters?
Correct.
So some of that savings comes from those two, right, what we did.
Okay, that was one of my questions. Where is this cost savings coming from? Where, the origin. But the other thing is, I'm just going to say it. I can't sit here, as we just argued, with budget amendments, and now we're doing just the opposite, asking for the board to approve hiring somebody to do the job that our facilities staff are capable of doing. So
Mr. Macias?
Yes, and to start there, the bond funds would actually take care of anything from a third party. It wouldn't come out of our operational budget. So we have extra bond money that we can utilize. And just to obviously, I always believe that when you're in a partnership, it's a team. So regardless, to hear that, or the implication that the company didn't help save money, that it was already all pretty much in motion, shows very little respect to their engagement. So again, when you're a partnership, both of us, we're all working and we all succeed together. I'm not sure, we could dig deeper in to find out what they did and didn't do, but that's not the whole point of this exercise. The exercise is to determine how to help you, how to help administration. We were given a 5-year timeline for fencing that was just unacceptable when we talked about this. Part of it was because you guys are spread thin and you're doing a whole bunch of projects. We respect that. Many districts, SAISD, Northeast, Northside, all use project managers because they're bigger, just like Judson is getting bigger. So it only meant that we talk to Dr. Fields and say, hey, can we have them help with the safety security component of it, which our expectation is that they would. Now, in the partnership, we're not going to micromanage how you execute that. I don't know what happened with the ACs. We all said that was part of the execution. So as a partnership, you guys succeed and save money, but you also failed and didn't comply with the air conditions together, right? So in the partnership aspect, you guys move forward. The idea that Ms. Ryan is bringing forward still has a need, because we're still a big district. We didn't all of a sudden decrease too small, like a Lavernia or something like that. We're a big district. We have needs. My only question is, Dr. Fields, it sounds like you're not recommending any additional services that are needed from them. I'm okay if that's the consensus from your team, but naturally we want projects on time, we want them under budget, we want them completed. And so if you feel you're in that position, Dr. Fields, then I can respect that. But you have weapons like a project manager, like a team, to help in areas that you need. And one other thing I will tell you that I've learned in this business, experts from different aspects are part of these project management teams that may have talents and skills that our team does not have, because there's always a spectrum of experience. So again, I'm quite open to exploring what other avenues they can be of help to us. But I just need to say, when we're talking about reputations and people, we're all together, we're all in it. We need to be cognizant of that. And I do believe, based on preliminary reports that Dr. Fields provided, which you guys have provided, that there's been a savings and that things were getting done. I'm happy. That's what our community wants. Projects, especially with safety security, to be completed. So going forward now, Dr. Fields, I say all that just again, come back to my original question. Does your team feel they have a handle on everything, or is there an area that you feel a project manager can continue to support?
I would say this. I asked that same question, Mr. Macias, that forward, and said, hey, is there anywhere of the list that Ms. Ryan just gave, is it with the chillers or the boilers or with the vestibules or wherever, we could probably contract out a certain part to get some assistance? And I was assured by the facilities department that they weren't requesting any assistance right now. Would you agree, gentlemen? Or
That
is
is
there an
correct.
area that you could use some help right now?
No, in the first statement.
Understood. So, and then to your starting statement, I wouldn't say that there's extra bond money out there. Definitely, We have unallocated interest that we could, but typically we have to focus in on what the bond was budgeted for as opposed to bringing something in extra. So, and if anyone was offended by us trying not to attribute all of the savings to an outside entity, then I apologize for that, because we weren't trying to be offensive. And if it came across that way, I apologize.
Well, thank you.
Well, but I saw a reaction. that
Yes, there
concerns me.
definitely.
Gotcha.
There was a reaction.
Right.
So the thing that I would say is that in the future, before we go to the next bond, we'll consider adding those elements, because
Cool.
again, we are a
Definitely.
big district. We do not have the funds to employ someone to do the entire bond, and that's another barrier. That's why I would say one or two projects that may need some assistance. One that readily comes to my mind is the detail that this board has asked for in terms of the timeline for our products. You know, I've been talking about that for a year. I'd like to see a very comprehensive list of when the HVAC systems are expected to be replenished based on their life cycle. And I don't have that detail, so I'm not confident that that exists. You said you'll provide it to me and it'll be fine, but.
Well, what I'm agreeing to provide is don't we already have a document created already with, what would you call it?
Is this
I
the
know-
assessment?
Right.
Yes,
Right.
we've actually received an initial proposal from 2 firms already, and it's under review.
And just so my vision is out there, and you understand, if we're looking at a Copperfield, and we know they have an HVAC system, that Copperfield, that HVAC's been put in place in 2020. When should we plan on that system potentially going down, and we need to replenish it with a new one? Because these are expensive items that we're paying out of operational dollars. Not every screw or nail, but basically the big items.
Understood.
And that's, again, something I feel like we need to have, and maybe that's something that they can assist if our team is spread thin doing other work.
They
But
can take that on as a project.
Yeah, thanks.
Understood.
Ms. Ryan, I'm going to ask you to wait until everyone else has had a chance to speak, please, since you've spoken once. Ms. Stanford, you're next.
Yeah, what I would like to know of y'all is if we can get someone to come in and maybe take some of these projects and handle them under budget and get them done quicker. Would that interfere? Do you see a way where that would interfere, having another company come in? Does it interfere with what you do day to day? Is it hard to interface with another company coming in? Does it cause you difficulty in what you do for the district?
Okay, I can answer that. It just brings another person to the chair with regard to having that person also carry on these projects. But I do want to kind of point this out. It is the district's responsibility to make sure that we are in full compliance with all the rules and regs and all the policies. That is where our expertise comes in. If you bring in someone else, we still have to put the front end together and put it out to bid through our purchasing department. That is a procurement process that we cannot forego with someone else. So we still have a hand in the mix, whether you're bringing one more person to the table or not.
Do you find it helpful? Has it been helpful, or has it been more of a interference?
It has been a very good relationship so far. I think it has helped. It has freed up. Pollyann has been working on a lot of the projects with that other entity, and that kind of freed her up to help us get some of the other things off of the ground as well.
Okay, because I'd be in favor of having someone come in to help us expedite some things, as long as you are finding it to be a good fit and it's interfacing well with you.
I think with me, I
has
think
been.
I'm good right now.
Good right now. I'm asking a very straightforward question.
Yes, sir.
I've asked it repeatedly. Do you need assistance, and can we provide assistance in any of these areas that were listed? Do you need them to take over a project, or do you feel comfortable getting that done right now?
I feel comfortable getting things right,
So
getting things done.
In a timely, expedited manner.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that's part of the, yeah.
There's certain parts of the industry that I cannot control.
Exactly. I would have voted against it too. Can you speak to that joint contract thing again, please? And express why you turned it down?
Mr. Moore?
I'm sorry, can
The
you?
joint contract and why you turned it down. Remember, we were speaking before where a proposal was made?
Yes. So there are a lot of factors when we look at a project, right? The delivery method, the design bid and build method is our standard, it is our default position. Part of the design, before we even get to the point where we can even have a discussion with an ALTA or an architect or an engineer, is actually performing the RFQ. The RFQ in of itself can, well, I guess it maybe could be done by a consultant, but the reality is that is traditionally the role of the school district to select its professional services provider. That is not something that I would ever recommend that we would farm out, because our engineers and our architects are all highly qualified professional service providers. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is things like procurement. I mean, we can have an extra person at the table, but at the end of the day, we have to allow a certain number of days just to have a solicitation out on the street doing, no design work, no construction work. It just has to get out there and soak. I don't care who the consultant is. They're not going to necessarily, under the design bid build methodology, they're not going to expedite that. You're not going to turn over a bid that should take 30 days, and you want at least that time frame, 30 days, so that you get more responses. They're not going to make that happen in 10 days. It's just not going to happen.
You said all that to say that although there was a procurement method in place that possibly could have been used, it wasn't one where you could put it out for bid and have people solicit on it.
It would have been
going directly to a direct company.
The way that I would look at it is that we would running at our own risk. In other words, if we went ahead without 100% construction documents, that's the design documents, and that is also the spec book that actually has the designer of record, the Flugers or the Alamo Architects, those companies, that is all done by the firm. And there are other ways to do it, but that is what has been working. And again, there's not much, that is the default. Could we have taken a risk and purchased equipment before we have 100% design documents? Yes, we could have. But the risk to the project itself, all of that risk now, or at least a lot of the risk, the biggest thing that we waited for, all of that comes on the district, right? So we can no longer go to the contractor and say, the actual contractor that's doing the construction, hey, why is your project behind? Well, my project is behind because Judson ISD told us that we would have our chillers in place by a certain date. Well, guess what? It's a month later, and I'm still waiting for those chillers.
Mm. So I can break that down a little bit easier. What he's saying is, okay.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily not just equipment's not available. When you go out and use the proper procurement methods, you have an agreed upon document that if they don't produce on, you can then find them, get money, have them pay for it. But if you attach that to something that we're not a part of, and then it doesn't come in on time, we have no recourse
The contractor
because
can
we just jump. Yes, ma'am. Correct.
What do you want me to do?
And my concern would be that we're buying things that maybe don't meet the design.
That's it.
That is the risk that we take, all that burden now is on Judson ISD.
No, thank you. Mr. Macias. I'm sorry, Mr. Salinas.
You know, that happens a lot.
I looked at the
Salinas,
wrong name,
not-
I'm sorry.
Stop.
Thank you. As a new board member, and I've been here before, we just heard from our facilities department, they don't need anybody else. They have the project managers that they have. I don't know why we want to go out and spend money. They're telling us, no, we've got enough people. So I don't know why we're continuing to do this, so I'm going to have to call for the question. Thank you.
Yeah, she had
The issue is discussion finishes when someone calls for the question. That's Robert's Rules of Order. No? Yeah. No, I don't believe so. Let me look at my cheat sheet, because I don't want to give the wrong answer.
Yeah, yes, we do need to vote. I just can't remember what the vote needs
So
to
the rest
be.
of our comments just go on Facebook then?
Let's see.
You're going to go there anyway.
Call,
Well, I will if discussion is going to, and false information is going to be put out and comments are going to be put, then yes, I guess social media will be the next platform. So I guess we can vote.
Immediately, call for the question, immediately closes debate and brings the assembly to vote on a motion. So, Mr. Salinas, what is your motion, since you called the question?
I'm sorry, we were discussing this. That was.
It's item C, yes.
No, that would be. That was C?
C, up here. C.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, yes. Yes, I'd like to,
Mr. Salinas, I'm so sorry, but I just saw the two-third vote required. I was looking for it, for modifying the rules of the debate or for calling for the question. It's a two-third vote. So we need to vote to call for the question,
to call the
to
question,
cease
okay.
debate. Yeah, we do need a
okay,
vote.
no problem.
Yeah, we do need a two-third vote, so I think that would be,
Can someone make that motion, please?
well, Mr. Salinas made the motion for call for the question.
Okay.
So that
So
motion's
we
on the
made that
table.
motion to call for
Do
the
you need
question.
a second?
We need a second.
Yes, it does require a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Mr. Salinas is called for the question with a second by Ms. Faulkner. Go ahead and vote, please. You're voting yes to call the question to end debate and move to voting. If you want debate to cease, you vote yes. Motion passes 4-0. Is there a 4-3, excuse me, not 4-0. Is there a motion then to take action on this item?
I just want to clarify on the two-thirds.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think it's 5 members that need to vote affirmative.
Okay, so then we're back to discussion.
So, yes.
Thank you for help. Thank you for helping me. So we're back to discussion. I know Ms. Ryan was next. So go ahead, Ms. Ryan.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because there's some information that was not quite accurate that was put out. So first of all, we do not use RFP or RFCSP all the time. Probably, if I go back in our contracts, probably about half of them use buy board or some other procurement method. So to say that we bid every single thing out to 3 bidders, I think if you look back at the last year and a half of board book, we do a lot of buy board and other non-bidding out things, especially a lot of the projects in the last year. Also, just to clarify on where the designs were between the fence and the HVAC, that fence had been sitting in design since December of 2022. It didn't get out of design. That's when the contract was awarded and we voted on it, December of 2022 for the fence design. It had been sitting there for a year until we assigned a contractor, right? And as soon as we got a bond construction management company, we had a groundbreaking 2 months later, and there's fences going up at Olympia. When that thing had been log jammed at a designer, not bid out, not under construction, no fences to keep our kids safe at our schools, no fences to keep our teachers and our staff safe at our schools. That's why this board had wanted to expedite things. We have parking lots being managed by our facilities management that are sitting 5 months in design on a parking lot. So again, while I love you all to death, when I look at how fast things move on these two projects and how long things are taking with other things, I am concerned that we can get these done in an expeditious manner. And especially when there were by board pricing physical pieces of HVAC equipment that could be sitting at Judson Middle School right now, air conditioning that gym, that the designers and Cleary Zimmerman were good with, and that got turned down by district without even consulting this board. And now we're gonna have to wait 40, 50, 60 weeks to get another air conditioning unit for Judson Middle School and some of our other schools. Well, my stakeholders who call me and who have kids who attend those schools and the coaches that teach and you have to have their planning hour in that gym and everything else, they are not okay with waiting. They're not okay with the rest of these bond projects taking 5 to 8 years, because that's what we keep being told. If we continue to do this internally, 5 to 8 years. We have 5 schools who do not have security vestibules right now. Almost 2 years after this bond was passed, 5 schools have no security vestibule. My stakeholders, my parents, my teachers, my staff that contact me all the time, they are not okay with that. That is not the most safe thing. We are sitting here with money in the bank, and there are multiple construction management companies and multiple engineers and people who actually do want to work with us now, ready to work on our projects, and we're going to turn that down. And if, I guess, my colleagues, if they think the people who elected them are good with waiting 5 to 8 years, I guess we'll see in spring of 2025. But I know that all the ones that I blocked and I was out there, they're not okay with us doing this. And to allow roofs to continue to age and leak without fixing them, to continue to have old boilers that fail, and then we have to rent and spend money on rentals. If we have the money to do these projects, and there are companies out there, I don't care if it's Alta, I don't care who it is, honestly, I'm not invested in anybody. I'm invested in getting these projects done. This is why we worked so hard to get this bond passed so fast. We're almost 2 years past the bond getting passed. The money is sitting in the bank. And I'm not okay with it being 5 to 8 years down the road till we get these done, and we just sit there with the money in the bank and wait for 5 months of design of a parking overlay, when we can do so much more. I'm not okay with being mediocre. We can get this bond done, get our kids safe, be energy efficient, but yes, I guess if the other colleagues want to slow roll the projects, you know, that's on them. But I would like these projects expedited as possible.
I would just like to label efficiencies.
So I would like to say that I think a big part of the fact that we were able to push out the fencing project so quickly is because of the legwork that was done by our facilities department before the project manager was hired. I absolutely agreed with bringing somebody on to help with the heating and the air conditioning of the gyms, because every building is different. That's a lot of work. I do think, I have faith and belief in our facilities department that they can work at a good speed to get the rest of these projects done. The public knows when we go out for a bond that we have, is it 7 years, 8 years to spend the bond?
Definitely 5 years.
5 years to spend the bond money, and we can extend it if we need to. The priorities were,
And that's after you sell the bond.
that's after we sell the bonds. So the priorities were to get the fencing and the air conditioning done. Work is well underway on the vestibules. we have one finished already, right? Metzger is done, and we're working on the others. So I think that we're in good shape moving forward. I do want to reiterate, as Dr. Fields has said, that if you think you need more assistance, you need to come and tell us, because we are happy to help you get that. But if you are confident, and we've hired you to be the people who can tell us how things are going, and you say you can do this, then I put my trust in the people that we've hired. Ms. Stanford.
Just want to clarify with y'all, are there any items on this list, and do you have the list we're looking at? There's 6 projects.
Yes, ma'am,
Do
we
you have-
provided that
Are
list.
there any items on this list that could be expedited by bringing in a project manager?
It could be, but.
I believe that we have a lot of options that we can look at. If that is the request of the board, we can take a look at it. Yes, there are opportunities, but again, if the board is willing to look at alternate delivery methods, there are alternate delivery methods that we can use independent of a consultant.
Well, I'd like to see that, I guess, if we can have that presented, what our options are to get these things expedited and moved along more quickly, in your professional opinion,
Yes, ma'am.
including bringing on another a project manager or other options that you see.
Absolutely, ma'am.
If I
Dr.
could, go ahead. I'll let you go first.
I want to say this. I sat and spoke with Ben and Ruben, and I asked specifically, as Dr. Phil said, do we need help? Do we need help? Do we need an outside agency to come in and help us get projects done? I would say we have 2 major projects going on right now out of the 22 bond, the elementary school and the middle school, along with Candlewood, which was a pretty extensive project that we're working on right now. We're doing well in all of those right now. And when I asked them, do you feel like you're falling behind? Do you feel like you need help? The answer was no. We don't feel like we need help. What they have said to me is that what they can use is an additional inspector. We have one inspector who goes around and inspects all of these different projects. So what I was told is that if we had an additional inspector, that could expedite some things, because now we have 2 people that are going
We can-
around.
Exactly.
You know.
And that can be added into the administrative costs of the bond.
But as far, and so I want to say this as well. Mr. Macias said earlier, you know, I was the one who said at the beginning of this item that the savings, you know, everything had started already. What I was trying to convey was that the process had already been started, and then the project management team came in. I was in no way saying they had no involvement, they had no effect on anything. We've worked well with them. So I have no issue with the company itself. I just want to make sure that it is stated and recorded that we are saying, if we felt like we need help, we would come back to the board and say, hey, we need some help. But at this moment, at this particular time, we don't believe that we need that help.
And I want to say, in terms of the bond, the way that it works is you can go out in 22 for a bond, but you don't have the money until you sell the bonds. And the bonds were sold in February of 2023?
The first chunk, and then the second chunk was sold about a year later. And the priority was first to build the first.
The elementary and the middle
The
school,
elementary
so
and the
those
middle
funds were kind of absorbed from that. Then we went back out again and sold the rest. And when do you? But what I'm trying to get at is to insinuate that the money's been around and all of it accessible since 2022 is, once again, disingenuous, because we didn't sell the second half until.
I think we just sold the second part in January. It was a little bit, it was right after Christmas, so. Correct,
Yes.
so recently. So we haven't had the entirety of the money at our disposal. The first part that we did have was, and that priority at the time, our instructions were, let's get both of the campuses underway, which is what we did. And once we utilized that money, The second part was to complete the rest of the technology and everything else that we're working on. So we didn't have the entirety of the money at our disposal.
Thank you.
All right, so is there a motion?
Yes, Madam President. Hold on, I got to find it on here. I move that we direct the superintendent to negotiate a contract for bond construction management for the projects listed in the board book. Do you want me to read them all aloud? Okay.
No.
Well,
Is there a second?
can I add something to that motion?
No,
Yes, I think you
not
can.
unless you,
She can amend the motion.
once it's seconded. You can't amend it
Okay.
if it's not seconded. Okay, Mr. Salinas has seconded it.
Okay. I would just like to amend it that, to include, if this is okay, to include y'all coming back to us with all options, including all options to get these things up and moving, to include the construction management company and any other means you, because you said you have other options, any other options you have at hand.
So I'm just going to say that that makes it very confusing.
Correct.
Because if we're going with a project manager, then the other stuff isn't applicable.
Okay, we can leave it.
Is there a second to the amendment?
I think it,
Okay, that amendment dies.
okay,
So now we're
okay.
back to, we're going to vote on the original motion by Ms. Ryan.
I think they're confused on exactly what they're voting on.
We're
That's
voting to
mandate that we go.
to
out.
mandate that we get work with a.
To get them help.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what her motion is that we direct them to hire a construction management firm.
Just like we did
So
the
if you vote
first time with
yes,
the
you're
fences and
supporting
the
that.
gym.
If you vote no, you're against it. So please go ahead and vote. Ms. Ryan? Mr. Macias, you need to confirm, please?
I hit the wrong button.
Would you cancel the vote, please, Mr. Davis, and we'll go again?
Yes, I hit the wrong button. Oh, son of a gun.
All right, please vote. Motion fails, 5-2. Item D, discussion and possible action regarding approval of the professional services contract amendment supporting the Bond 2022 materials testing services for Cibolo Creek Middle School, number 6.
Yes, ma'am. This is materials testing for Cibolo Creek. This is the one that I was thinking about earlier, where there's been an increase on the materials testing. I asked why. There's a lot of rocky area. They have, I mean, you guys were out there the other day. There's extensive, walls that we're going to have to put up with geobands around them. And then there's the area in the middle where we're going to be able to do outside instruction. But when you, I'm sorry, the amphitheater, I appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. When you mix soil and concrete in that way, it calls for extra testing that Mr. Moore was speaking about earlier. So we see an increase here. Is there anything that you guys would add, gentlemen?
Like I said, Dr. Fields said it perfectly. I mean, this is essential to the development and the construction of the building. We will be more aggressive on our material testing, especially when we're dealing with substrates like rock and highly expansive soil.
I don't want to see what happened at, what is, I believe it's Converse Elementary.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, look at all the trouble we're having with that school.
So we're trying
So,
to test right before we, yes, ma'am.
I don't want to put us in that position again. So if we have to do additional testing of the soil to get this right, let's get it right.
And this comes out of bond money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam President, can you fix the,
I can't. Can you,
Mike?
did you want to say something?
I did want to ask again, with a contract that has an increase, which in this case is about 24%, that's our changing the scope. That's
We're
our
adding
going
to
to the
the
vendor
scope.
and saying, we need this much more. It's not them saying, oh, it's going to cost more.
I will also say it's not just us saying this. It's our engineers that are telling us this.
So we're saying we need something more done.
Correct.
Okay,
And,
thank
and,
you.
and one test, if it goes fine, okay, but one wrong test will lead to more tests.
Right.
And then maybe there's a solution, and then we test it. Did the solution work?
Okay. It would be helpful to me, just a matter of clarification, that when we're coming to the board with a request for an increase. Sorry, when we're coming to the board with a request for an increase, I would like to know if it's our request. It's
It
not the
is.
vendors going, oh, this is just going to cost more. I'd like to know if our people are saying, we're going to need more done with this particular area, or this particular contract
Yep.
needs to be expanded. That would help me.
Understood?
Thank you.
Anyone else? No? May I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the certificate, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. I was trying to get ahead. D, yeah. I move that we approve the professional services contract amendment supporting the Bond 2022 materials testing services for Cibolo Creek Middle School number 6.
So motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by, we have a second by Ms. Stanford. Ms. Stanford, if you'd use your microphone, then everybody would hear that you're making the second. Thank you. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 6-0 with one abstention. And I'm not, would you clarify why you're abstaining?
Sorry, I was gone for most of the discussion, so I'm sorry.
Okay, that's not usually a reason to abstain, but, okay. Item E, discussion and possible action regarding approval of the certificates of substantial completion supporting the progress and completion of the district-wide perimeter fencing and gates Phase 1 project.
Yes, ma'am. According to CV Local, we need to get the board's approval on substantial completion. This is just saying that Judson High School, Judson Middle, Kirby Middle School, Olympia Elementary, and Wagner High School's perimeter fencing is at substantial completion, and this is what we do before we do payout. So, any questions?
Any discussion? May I have a motion, please?
I got it. Need glasses. I move that we take action regarding approval, I move that we approve the certificates of substantial completion supporting the progress and completion of the district-wide perimeter fencing and gates Phase 1.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Eaton, second by Ms. Faulkner. Go ahead and vote, please. Laura? Motion passes 7-0. Item E, sorry, I didn't mark it off. Item F, discussion and possible action regarding approval of the submittals for requests for qualifications RFQ 23-18 engineering services.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request for approval of a new ranking of RFQ for engineering services. As we stated before, the board had requested that we kind of update the list. We were going with a list that dated back to COVID times. And they were saying that we needed something a little bit more, well, pre-COVID, something a little bit more updated. And we put it out. These are the rankings. They're not in any type of order in terms of this is going to be between this price and this price. It's just a ranking of our engineers that we can go back to later on. So we're just asking for the approval from the board. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Stanford?
Okay. I have a thought that I just want to place before the board, and that's for F and G and possibly H, and that's if it would be of value, it would for me, but I want to know how my colleagues feel, to add to the scorecard when we're doing an RFQ, an indication whether a vendor has typically come in at bid or overbid in our dealings with them. If they, well, let's say under or overbid, that would be an interesting piece of information to know and part of valuing our experience with them. Are there any input on that? That's something I would like to see.
That's a little off the agenda item.
Yeah.
So I would say it's a good thought you brought up, but we'd have to have a specific one about that.
About that in particular?
Yes, ma'am.
So just bring it back. Okay.
Mr. Macias?
Yes, again, just reiterating the pre-COVID one, or the one,
Yes, sir.
it actually, for the community's sake, it had a ranking and it had an RFQ. It was really complicated.
Yes, sir.
So this is cleaner. This is good. It looks like you've incorporated new partners.
Yes.
And so I'll just say on record again, I'm a big advocate for you spreading the love and bringing in new folks to do business with us so that we can kind of gauge the relationship. It's always important. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Dr. Phil?
Yes, sir.
In relationship to what Ms. Stanford just mentioned, I realize it has to be a separate item, but I just want to say that when we are considering a particular contractor, we do consider their past performance, similar projects that we're asking, their input on. And so we do consider, whether they've, finished a project $5 million over or whatever the case. So we do consider that in our process. We may not necessarily have it written down, but it is something that we do consider when we go out for it.
It's kind of built into the past experience.
Correct.
Rough. And I was just suggesting it'd be handy to have it separated, but I'll bring it back.
Right.
Thank you.
Mrs. Eaton? Ms.
I know that, let's see, 1, 2, 3, and possibly Mrs. Salinas. Yeah, you were here. I would just like to remind my fellow board members that we had a little situation that kind of got us in trouble or blackballed there for a minute, with different contractors. So a lot of this has to do with that from the lawsuit. And so a lot of people wouldn't work with us, remember? So that's the other side of the coin.
There's a
Yeah.
list that are willing to now.
It's
Yes.
nice to see new partners coming in.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? May I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the submittal for request for qualifications, RFQ 23-18, engineering services.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Stanford. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Item G, discussion and possible action regarding approval of the submittals for request for qualifications 23-19 architectural services.
This is the same as what we just stated for engineering for architectural services. So it would be an update of both of those.
Any discussion? No. Go ahead and vote, please.
I'd like to make the motion.
Oh, sorry.
I move that we approve the submittals for request of qualification RFQ 23-19 for architectural services.
Thank you, Mr. Macias and Ms. Eaton. Now we can vote. My apologies. Motion passes 7-0. Item H, discussion and possible action regarding approval of the selection for general contractor services for RFCSP 23-28, district-wide gymnasium HVAC upgrades Phase 2.
This is Phase 2. It would consist of Candlewood, Crestview, Eloff, Franz, Hartman, Millers Point, Pashaw, Spring Meadows, and Woodlake. And we have the identified general contractor from our purchasing department, and we're just asking that we have an approval of the ranking so we can move forward.
Ms. Stanford?
Just quick question. It mentions there's a contingency. Do we know what it is? Is it 5%, 10%?
2.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's usually 5.
Typically, it's 5. In this particular case, each campus got allotted a $20,000 contingency. At the end of the day, if I don't use it, it comes back to us.
Sure, yeah, I understand. Is 5% enough, do you feel?
I believe it was.
Okay, and that's what we have. Thank you.
Anyone else? May I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the selection for general contractor services for RFCSP 23-28 district-wide gymnasium HVAC upgrades Phase 2.
Motion by Mr. Macias, second by Ms. Heaton. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Item I, discussion and possible action regarding approval for requests for quotes, district-wide elementary playground upgrades.
Yes, ma'am. This is for the approval of the quotes for the district-wide elementary upgrades, but there's a slight increase on this. I think we were originally at 4 million, and then now we're going up 200,000 to 4.2 million. So the money is available. We have it. But this is to your point, Ms. Ryan, this is the comprehensive correction of all of the playgrounds, correct? Across the district, from what we went out and determined we needed to do to bring all of them up to.
Correct. This will be brand-new equipment for each campus. This won't be, taking parts and
It
fixing.
won't be a new slide or a new
Correct.
swing. This is everybody gets a whole new.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Can I clarify just something? Half of the elementaries, or half of all of the play sets for our elementaries, and we have 20 elementaries, we have 3 requirements. We have the bigger kids, the not-so-big kids, and pre-K. Every elementary will have a functioning and safe play set that is age-appropriate. In some cases, we will do maintenance and upgrades to the existing play sets, but in the majority of the cases, they are new play sets.
There you go.
So more than half of the playgrounds will be new.
Ms. Stanford?
You said the cost went up by 200,000?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the same as I'm sorry?
The contingency.
It's the contingency, yes, ma'am.
That's what I was just going to ask. Is it the contingency that was added? Okay.
Correct.
Which should be there, so that makes
It
sense.
should be there, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ryan?
Thanks for all your hard work on this. I know I've been bothering y'all since last November on this. When you have a completion of no later of summer 2025, are they planning to wait till next summer to put them all in, or they'll be going in over the course of the next 12 months, with the last one being complete in summer 2025?
Yes,
I
sir.
see Pollyann nodding that they're going to go in gradually back there. I know you're our playground expert in the district.
We have done an extensive amount of legwork with both of the vendors that submitted compliant bids. They know the urgency. They know that we are going to hit the ground running if the board approves.
It would be an
Okay.
estimated completion with the last one being done by.
Okay, so we'll be seeing playgrounds going up all over the place every day for 12 months, right? Okay. All right, that's awesome. At least some of the schools will start to see them early, and for the, all the parents and teachers out there, they'll get them in as quickly as they can get them in,
Yes, ma'am.
That's what we can do.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, may I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve the RFQ district-wide elementary playground upgrades.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Stanford. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Item J, discussion and possible action regarding approval of amendments to the current compensation plan for the 24-25 school year. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. These amendments are being recommended because some of them are a reflection of our current practice. It just was not in the compensation plan. And the first one is a reclassification of the HR specialist from that you can see the pay grades of 307 to 501. One of the things that we're bringing is we want to reclassify this individual for one of the things that is going to be on the list later on. We want to find a person who is going to be the district magnet for all grievances going forward. That way we have one individual that we go to, and we can increase our consistency. We can speak to our philosophy. We don't have people making different decisions based on the different people who are hearing the grievance complaints. So we can kind of put our own drive to it, and there'll be, my biggest plus on this is just the consistency of all of the packets looking the same and the same person reviewing them all. And I know one of the concerns from the board was if there is a problem between, let's say, the employee and the principal, and you can see that they've tried to resolve it and not, this person would know that we've given them the direction, take it straight to level 2. We don't have to go through the level 1 with the principal when we know that there's already been an effort to get that resolved. We are on J. First one is reclassification of the individual. I'm trying to explain why we're trying to reclass that individual. That person's going to be in charge of the, here, you can have mine if you got it.
I have an extra.
Yes, ma'am. And- Yes, ma'am.
We're reclassifying.
Is there any discussion?
And then the next one, I can go through them real quick.
Yes, sir.
B would be the inclusion of cafeteria managers, 1, 2, and 3. They've all been receiving the 75 cents an hour incentive, but it wasn't in the comp plan. We want to add that in. Inclusion of the minibus driver pay, where they get the additional 50 cents an hour if they're required to drive. And then on-call pay flat rate of $50 per week when a person is on call.
Any discussion? Ms. Stanford?
Yeah. So my only question was just, these are some of those last-minute things we did, right?
No, ma'am, not at all. These are things that are being done that weren't reflected in the comp plan, that we want the comp plan to match our practice. We're doing this already. It's just that it wasn't, as we go through and look over everything, we're finding that there's practices that are being done that weren't reflected in the comp plan, going back to COVID or pre-COVID.
Except for A, that would be new.
Except for A, and that's new.
Right, A is something we voted on.
Correct. We haven't voted on it yet. You'll vote on it tonight. But you've expressed to me an interest for us to streamline that process. This is our effort in getting that done.
Okay.
All right. May I have a motion then?
So this is for J and K?
Just J.
Just Jay.
So I move that we approve the amendments to the current compensation plan for the 24-25 school year as presented.
Second.
Motion by myself, second by Ms. Faulkner. Please go ahead and vote. Whoops. Okay. Ms. Ryan? I know, they're finicky tonight. Motion passes 7-0. Item K, discuss and possible action regarding approval of options for possible revisions of policy DGBA local, FNG local, and GF local. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Stanford had asked us to kind of look at and get an example of what was in the local area in terms of our grievance policies. So we put together an outline here that shows what Judson does, what Schertz does, and theirs is identical to ours. Northeast decreases it down to 10 days. San Antonio actually increases the DGBA to 30. The rest is like ours. And then from North Side, Southwest, South San, New Braunfels, East Central, Harlandale, Edgewood, Somerset, Bernie, and Comal, just like ours. So as we go through, we're thinking that a way that we can make this better is to have a person who's ultimately responsible. We just passed that with the reclassification. The only other thing, and we think that will help, our policy kind of reads the way that we want our practice to be. We just need the person who's in charge of it to make sure we apply it that way. The other thing is the actual days. And I know that you guys had a concern about how many days a person has, but I think that's more in the spirit and philosophy of the policy than it is the actual days. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Taganoff, if she's got anything to add to this.
Thank you, Dr. Fields. Yes, we did look at surrounding districts just to see what their policy stated, and you can see by the chart. We recommend to keep the 15-day timeline that's already set in policy. However, we do know that you wanted to see some sample language for possible changes, so we did include that in a chart in the next pages of your packet. And so we would just change that from 15 to insert whatever amount of days you felt was appropriate. We do still feel like 15 days is appropriate in order to be able to file, but you can see whatever changes are there in that last column. In addition, there was some concern about who would be the level 1 hearing officer, and if the person that is filing the complaint was complaining against their direct supervisor, you wanted to see some options of what that could look like. We had a little bit of a discussion in the last board meeting, and so we included a couple of options there that you can read, that if the complaint was against the immediate supervisor, that the level 1 hearing officer could be, I'm sorry.
No, it
No,
wouldn't
no,
be
no, no.
that person, but she would be
It would be
responsible for it, right? She could say, hey, it's my recommendation, it goes straight to level 2, you know?
So that's the second option, is that it could go straight to level 2, and so you can see the language in red there. And then the other one would be that they would just be assigned a different administrator. So those are two options that we put out there. Both options include a caveat that says that if we do change the level 1 hearing officer from the direct supervisor, that evidence of informal resolution or a conversation was had about that complaint had to have happened with the direct supervisor prior to just assigning a different administrator or going to level 2.
We probably wouldn't, my recommendation wouldn't be the different administrator. If it can't be held at the level 1 with the principal, then I'd ask the cabinet to step in and take over at level 2. But I wouldn't shop around to see if another principal wanted to do a grievance from another principal's campus.
Mr. Macias, you're first.
I'll reverse order since this was Ms. Stanford's item, if she wants to go first. Ms. Stanford, and I'll go after you.
Ms. Stanford?
I think there was some confusion because I wasn't really that concerned about what other districts are doing necessarily. I was interested in giving a little more time on the front end. I don't want the grievance process to take a long time, but it seems it takes time for people to learn what their rights are and to know what the process is and how to get things rolling. So that's why I wanted to give them a little more time on the front end. And then the other thing is, and I appreciate all the work that you did on this. I really appreciate this. I think it makes it more fair in the perception of the employee or the parent that the very person their complaint might be against is not also doing a formal hearing. I appreciate that we're asking that they at least try to have a conversation, an informal conversation, to try to resolve it. That makes sense. But then when it comes to an official grievance, I appreciate that grievance would be heard by someone else other than the person that's directly involved in the conflict. So I appreciate your work on this, and I like very much your suggestion, Dr. Fields, that it just go to level 2 rather than shop around for another person. I would agree with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Macias?
Yes, obviously, no one really likes grievances. Grievances are not a lot of fun, but I do think there's some value in trying to capture what the tone of grievances are so that we can improve as a district in addressing those areas. And grievances are a formal process, so there's documentation across the board for them. One of the biggest complaints I have heard from parents and from novices who do not know about the grievance policy is the time runs out on them. And they realize we could have filed a grievance and they did not. And so maybe because it's not a major effort on anybody's charge to go and learn your grievance process, because that's not something, but regardless, parents have complained about lacking time. And during the informal process, when they're trying to schedule informal meeting with the person, the grievant principal or whatnot, the clock is ticking. So if they schedule a meeting, in day 13, and if we add a little bit more time, I think it would be helpful as we continue to educate folks. My goal is to have less grievances. I promise you that's the goal. But at least we've given opportunity. And the part I do like about the recommendation that's going to be coming forward is that we don't waste people's time. At that level 1, if there's been an effort to informally talk to both parties, the principal in this case and the parent, why would they go through the formal level 1 again? And they've already been there, done that, don't agree. So it just needs to jump to level 2. So if they can check mark on the grievance that they've met with that principal informally, then it just expedites it. Nobody's time has to schedule a meeting, and I really like that component. I think that's an innovative way to approach things and save principal time and parent time and all that kind of stuff. So
if I could just jump in real quick behind you, Mr. Macias. I think one of the issues and why we're asking for, well, why you guys approve the reclassification is the interpretation. Even in our local policy, it says 15 days from the date the employee first knew or with reasonable diligence should have known of the decision or action giving rise to the complaint or grievance. That's where the time starts. It's not the date of when something happened. It's when the person first knew that, hey, this can't be resolved. Well, it could have happened 15 days ago, but if I first found out yesterday you weren't willing to work with me, that's day 1. But we've got so many people out there trying to make the determination of when those days are supposed to be, and so many different variations, that it's going to really help with one individual being the person who kind of funnels it out. So before we increase the days, I would probably just try and educate everybody across the district on what this states, and then the implementation of this policy through that one individual. But I don't think it's a matter of days. I think it's just a matter of educating people on what the policy, the spirit of the policy.
Before you speak, I'd like to say something, Ms. Stanford. The only time I think there might be an increase of days would be for parents, because they don't know the process. But I'm sorry, if you're a teacher or an employee, it's your responsibility to read the handbook and find out about grievances and know what's going on there. That is your responsibility as an employee. Parents don't always know. They don't have access necessarily to the employee handbook that delineates that. And so I could see giving some grace there. But I'm not inclined to increase the number of days for any of the other areas. Ms. Stanford.
There seems to be some confusion, at least in my mind, is who's tracking the time of when that starts, because your description, Dr. Fields, was a little different from, I've heard confusion from not just parents, but employees as to how they ran out of time. So I don't know when the time tracking actually starts, but there seems to be some confusion around that, and that's why I thought extending the time gives time for that to resolve. And I don't know where 5 or 10 extra days, and Mr. Macias, you seem to indicate maybe more than 20, maybe? No?
I'm good with 20.
Okay.
If we do.
But in other words, just some more time would give people time to understand the process, even employees. I don't know if we want to, try to dissect it into parents get 20 days and employees get 15. Just make it 20 would be my suggestion. Keep it simple.
Dr. Fields, if I could just add one piece, I want us to keep in mind that there's an investigation that has to take place as well. So just as a word of caution, if we're talking about 20, 30 days out, it's very, very difficult when you're investigating an employee complaint against a principal, for example, to try to track down exactly what happened when you're talking about a month after the fact. So time is of the essence trying to resolve this for the employee, but time is of the essence in the investigation process as well. Just an added piece.
I wanted to make the motion. I know we've debated this already, and I do agree with you, Ms. Canoyer. I would be able to live a little with this if we gave parents that grace of additional time. Employees, they have a little bit more support in terms of understanding that. But parents is who I'm talking about in terms of the issues we've had. So for the sake of moving this discussion on, I'll move that we modify our policies to incorporate 20 days in the grievance policy for parents, and also incorporate moving past level 1 if you've already met with the complaint, if you can check that off the list. You understand what I'm saying right now?
The wording specified.
Yeah, yeah, and having an informal, if you've not had an informal meeting, you can't. You can't skip level 1. You have to go to level 1. So that's the essence of my motion.
So F and G.
Is there, is,
I think I understand the motion, and I second.
okay. So a motion by Mr. Macias, second by Ms. Stanford, and the motion is to add 5 days to the parent timeline and include the language suggested by administration pertaining to the moving above to level 2 after informal meeting and the complaint is against the principal.
Is that for all three? The second part of what you just said, for all three or
The
just
second
parents?
Just
second
F
for-
and G. Just F and G. Oh, say again now? What was the second
The
part?
second part is the language to move beyond level 1, and that would be for all.
Is that
correct?
for parents, employees, and community
Just
members, all three
Trying
policies?
to clarify the motion.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to figure out what we're voting on.
So we got it? Everybody
Maybe
got
make
it?
two motions, or?
No, we can do
Okay.
it in
Do
one,
one.
just so that we're all
5
clear,
days on
and that Ms.
parents.
Holmes is clear when she's, when she's transcribing, and so that we're clear when we make the change in policy.
Okay.
Okay, all right? So we had the motion and the second, and we're ready to vote.
Good job explaining that, Ms. Canoyer. Thank you.
Sorry. I just wanted to be clear. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Discussion items and reports. A, results of teacher task force about teacher retention. This was Ms. Stanford's request.
Yep, I just wanted to follow up and see kind of where we stood with this survey that had been taken. There were several items listed in the can be implemented now. And so I'm curious to know how many have been implemented at this point, and which ones have been implemented. And then there's a larger list, can be implemented long-term, so I'm curious to know where we are with those. Are any underway? Have any already been implemented? So that's on
Dr.
page 1.
Tagana, I'd ask that you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Fields. So I did include in your board packet a presentation that I added information to from our last discussion of this item back in March. And so I did keep the same kind of strategies on that second slide on things that could be implemented now and things that could be implemented long-term. So if you go through the slides, the things that are highlighted are some things that are newly in progress. We did provide Flex Day credit for the beginning of the year for those required HR beginning of year videos. So that was something that was suggested by the teacher task force. So if those videos are completed by a day in October, they would be provided some hours for Flex Day credit, which is something that they wanted. Another addition is adding a customer service video to the required videos. And so that was a concern about, that was a concern just about sensitivity and those sort of things. So when we talked about sensitivity trainings and administrators just being more empathetic or sympathetic, we included customer service in that kind of pot. There was a concern or a suggestion regarding less testing and flexibility with testing. And so one of the things that occurred last month was removing the requirement for PSAT testing for 8th and 9th graders, so we took an administration away. As far as recruiting and retention goes, and also our just climate, we are working on implementing stay surveys throughout the year with the Human Resources Department. We are revamping our exit and resignation process to include random exit surveys, and then also an option to request an in-person exit interview. We're doing targeted job fairs. We are going to do a stipend review with TASB, hopefully this spring. There were strategies for feedback and communication and improving that. We will be continuing focus groups. We have many department newsletters that we're going to be making sure that we share that information. We have implemented recap videos for board meetings so that there's more platforms for people to be informed. And then also another thing about voice that was a concern. We are convening a teacher task force for discipline, and we are creating a task force for looking at EIC local and class ranking. So there are many things that we're continuing to do, and we will be continuing to ask for feedback throughout the year.
Have y'all started because this says fall, convene a teacher task force for discipline, or as Dr. Johnson would probably say, classroom management?
No, the teacher task force for discipline is going to be developed by Mr. Brooks and Ms. Hilliard, because a lot of that will also be incorporated with the student code of conduct. Since school just began, we have not started that yet, but yes, we will be starting that in the fall. Yes, ma'am.
In the works, okay. So have you had any feedback from some of these things you've implemented?
Day two.
No, some of these things didn't just start, because we've had this for a while.
Yeah, but
right?
teachers have only been back for a short time, and there hasn't been an opportunity to survey them to see what they think about it.
I mean, have some of them been before, like before the school year started, but they implemented earlier in the year?
We get feedback from people and teachers, informally and formally. And so, I mean, we haven't put out a survey to say, like, are you satisfied with some of these changes or anything like that? But we do get feedback constantly. We have our calendar that we have feedback from. We meet with different organizations to gather feedback about how the beginning of the year has started. And so formally, no, not since, we've been back from summer, but yes, we continue to listen and gather the feedback so that we can continue to make improvements.
I'm just looking at this list of can be implemented long-term. I'm just wondering if any of those things are being considered. More flex days for professional development.
Yes, ma'am. Flex days for professional development opportunities, that has been implemented. We are using the videos as flex day opportunities as well. We are granting credit for other specific areas like the fine arts and some of those things that they're able to go to outside of district that we aren't able to provide. So yes.
One was cut workday for elementary by 10 minutes. Is that under consideration? No, ma'am. Okay. And reconsider breakfast in the classroom, is that?
That's not consideration. That will come up every year on every survey, but no.
Okay, well, I'll let Mr. Macias.
Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Ms. Canoyer. So obviously, this has been something that's been near and dear to me as well in terms of asking for this, and I do appreciate administration's response and having, I think, 2 rounds of these task force, right? 2 different groups, or is it 3?
We've had 2 cohorts, and then we're going to start the 2 specific ones this year. But we'll still continue with focus groups throughout the year as well.
So we're obviously well into the process, and like Ms. Stanford, we'd like to see more, I'd like to see more outcomes based on what the recommendations are. Because the whole premise behind the teacher task force is to build on retention. I mean, when you retain, people talk and say, you got to come work with us, and you informally recruit. But there are some things in there that I think are viable, and you guys would need to figure out how. Like, I really am intrigued with food. I mean, food, we have a lot of food in child nutrition. We have money there. Let's bring some food in if that works and it boosts morale. But the one that is always going to hit us is if we ignore our employees. And so the more voice, feedback, we're all one team. And so as a result, making sure that at the campus level, that voices are heard from our employees could change everything. And at this point, we talk that game up here. We understand it, but principals need to be coached and made into leaders to understand how important that voice is, because principals operate in their own way, and their leadership style may not allow for or want feedback. It's my way or the highway type leadership, which I think we've worked with that. So what I'd like to know, just to cut to the point, is how can we ensure that we don't have to keep putting this back on the agenda to see what we're doing? Because I'd like to know periodically that we're implementing, phasing, and measuring the outcomes. Because we can do it, but if it's not yielding the result we want and we still have turnover as high as we do, then it's not working. We're just thinking it's going to happen. So I just put that out there. I don't need an answer on that yet, but bottom line, that's what I would ultimately want to see.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other discussion? All right. Moving on to item 7B, update on board training, conferences, events, and board committee updates. And just FYI, I will be bringing board committees to the September meeting, so please be thinking about which committee you would like to serve on. And Mr. Salinas, I'll get with you and talk to you about the committees that we have. So that will be in September that we'll be bringing that forward. But in the meantime, I'm going to start on this end. Ms. Eaton, did you have anything to report on conferences, events, board committee updates?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Salinas, you're brand new. Is there anything you'd like to share that conferences, training, anything like that? Events?
They already gave me a schedule for the end of September. I'm ready.
He's ready. He's going to go to a lot of training to get caught up to speed on anything that's changed since he's been on the board. Mr. Macias, did you have anything?
Yeah, just wanted to again give administration some kudos. Convocation went very well. It was really good to be part of all of that and the enthusiasm. And it's a big pep rally, and I appreciate that. So it was definitely nice to be out there. And sorry about your flame. We knew it taking a minute to get going. But again, we're having the ability to be there and understand that we are all committed to one cause, to support children and their success, I think is wonderful. And of course, getting ready for our upcoming conferences, which the month of September will be very busy. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Faulkner, did you have anything to share?
None of y'all mentioned last Friday. What's up with that? Last Friday was convocation, the topping out ceremony. In between, I hit the health fair. I also went to the volleyball games that were going on. That was just Friday. And then I ended the evening at Kirby Middle School for 7th and 8th grade night. And then Monday, we had Meet the Teacher. I made it to all 4 elementaries. I went to Hopkins, Candlewood, Hartman, and Park Village. So Park Village looks marvelous.
Thank you. Ms. Stanford?
Attended the block party, and I liked having it indoors. and not out in the stadium where it was so hot. And signed my first steel girder at the topping ceremony. That I've never signed one of those, so that was a real experience. And the convocation I thought was good too. It was a little cooler. It was great.
Ms. Ryan?
Same things most of them said, but, you know, it's so great to see everybody back on all the campuses and being able to go to all the events and just seeing all the parents out there. Like, I'm parking in the back of the parking lot at high schools and middle schools. I'm like, where did all these people come from? So to see our parents so engaged in these back-to-school activities and wanting to get involved, especially at the secondary level, and seeing middle school PTOs out there selling shirts and athletic booster clubs and all of that stuff. So I hope our secondary parents stay as involved as they are, especially you got a freshman or a sixth grader you're just getting into that school. Stay involved, find ways to get involved. Once they leave elementary, it doesn't mean your participation in that school ends right then and there. So, and just really looking forward to getting back into, you know, the district rhythm. Can't wait for growth and planning to start and bond oversights to come back on, because there's just so many great community events we have where we bring in parents, stakeholders, get their input, let them have a voice in our district. So can't wait to start getting back to those and sending them out to everybody so that everybody can come on in and make sure their voice is heard. That's all I have.
So I saw puzzled looks when we talked about signing the girder, so I'll just explain the topping out ceremony for those out there who didn't know. The construction company that we were working with on the new middle school, Spa Glass, invited us to come to a topping out ceremony. And during that time, they asked all the parties who are involved, including the employees, the construction workers, the engineer, anybody who is there, and including board members and cabinet, to sign a steel beam that is then placed at the topmost part of the building. And there's belief that that brings good luck to that building, and gosh, don't we all need good luck in our schools? So that's what that is. I did the same things as everybody else. But I do want to say, first of all, thank you so much to all of our employees for making the first couple of days of school go so well. I know the transportation people were out there just trying to kill it and make everything work well. Do we have glitches sometimes? Absolutely we do. And I thank our public for giving us some grace when there is something that doesn't go 100% right. You know, 98% people look at that 2%. So thank you all to all our teachers, employees, and staff for everything you do to make the beginning of the year smooth. And with that, we will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. And pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board member duties, roles, and responsibilities. The time is 9:54, and we'll be exiting to another room, so you can stay here. All right, we have returned from closed session at 10:04. No actions, decisions were made while we were in closed session. Item 9A, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Is there a motion?
I move that we accept personnel report as discussed in closed session.
Motion by Mr. Macias, second by Ms. Eaton. Let's go ahead and vote.
He needs to mark Monica absent.
Can you just mark her absent on her device? Yes. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Clear it. Tell him to start over.
What do I need to do? Continue? No, he's gonna fix it. Okay. Ms. Ryan.
Mark her absent.
Okay, thank you. And for the public, Ms. Ryan left right after closed session. All right, here we go. Now we're going to vote. Ms. Eaton, I'm sorry, it didn't register? No, ma'am. All right. Motion passes 6-0 with Ms. Ryan absent. With there no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 10:06 p.m. Thank you so much.